I guess we can go ahead and start the webinar.
Okay, give me one moment. Okay, the webinar has started.
Great, I see people are starting to roll in here. We're just going to take a couple minutes to let folks join. Okay, we can go ahead and get started. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to our State Water Board staff workshop on potential changes to the water unavailability methodology for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Watershed. My name is Molly Williams. I'm an environmental scientist with the Office of Public Participation within the State Water Board, and I will be facilitating our workshop today. During our workshop, staff from the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights will describe and receive public input on potential changes to the methodology for determining water unavailability in the Delta watershed. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Before we get started, we'll go over a couple logistics here. The workshop is being recorded currently and is being streamed via webcast on the Cal EPA website at video.calepa.ca.gov. And as soon as we are done today, we'll start working on posting a recording of this workshop to our website that will be posted on the Delta Drought webpage. And in order to successfully manage our workshop today, we've asked all speakers to submit a virtual speaker card in advance via Google Form. So if you've already submitted a virtual speaker card, you should be here in the Zoom meeting using the meeting ID and password provided to you via email. If you submitted a virtual speaker card, but you didn't receive any Zoom meeting information, please email bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov. The email address is right here on the slide, and we can help you out with that. If you haven't submitted a virtual speaker card yet, but would like to make a comment today, please go ahead and submit one using the online form that's provided as a link in the workshop notice. And if you don't have the notice, that can be found on our Delta Drought webpage, or again by emailing bay-delta@waterboard.ca.gov. All right, so today our workshop will consist of two parts. The first part will be a presentation from staff, and following that, we'll have an opportunity for presentations and comments and questions from the public and other agencies. Following our staff presentation, we will hear 6 additional presentations from the public and other agencies. And then after that, we'll provide the opportunity for public comment by others who submitted a public speaker card. We currently have around 15 individuals who would like to speak today, in addition to our panelists. And as we approach noon, we will find an appropriate point to pause and take a lunch break because it will be a long day of presentations. We want to make sure we're fresh. Okay, and during the public input part of our workshop, panel presentations will be limited to 15 minutes. And as we move through the presentations, I'll put in the chat a list of the next 5 presenters. And we'll let speakers know via the chat when they have 5, 2, and 1 minute left. So just make sure you're keeping an eye on the chat because I will be sending out some information there. Other public comments after the presentations from panelists should be limited to 5 minutes. And I'd like to remind everyone who wants to speak today that oral comments should be technical in nature and address the topics that we identified in our workshop notice. So during this workshop and during public comment, staff will be taking notes and might respond to any clarifying questions that public speakers may have. So please include those questions while you're speaking. And then if you would like to provide more detailed written technical comments that might not be the easiest to describe during the public comment period today, you can always email those again to the bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov email address. But since our changes to the methodology are being considered for November, that's next month, any written comments should be submitted as soon as possible after our workshop today to be considered for that next update. Okay, I'll now turn it over to Diane Riddle to introduce our staff presenters.
Thank you, Molly. Again, I'm Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights. I'll just go over a quick agenda here for the day. I'll start with a brief background, go over the purpose of the workshop, and then we'll turn it over to State Water Board technical staff to provide an overview of some of the technical issues that we plan to discuss today. And then as Molly identified, we'll move on to public presentations followed by public comments. Next slide, please. So I won't go into a lot of detail here. I just wanted to remind everyone regarding the process that has occurred to date to develop the water unavailability methodology. We started this process really before May of 2021 to develop tools to help us to understand when water may be unavailable at a water right holder's priority of right. We released a public draft methodology in May for comment. We reviewed those comments, made updates to the methodology, released an updated methodology in June, issued notices of water unavailability based on that methodology. Then we released an updated methodology, draft emergency regulations, and additional notices of water unavailability for more senior water right holders in July. Those draft regulations we then adopted in August and proceeded to issue curtailment orders based on the water unavailability methodology. Since that time, we've been providing updates on curtailments on a weekly basis based on the latest information. We also, following the curtailment orders and the August version of the methodology, released an additional version of the methodology in September with some updates. Just yesterday, we suspended curtailments in the watershed in anticipation of precipitation events, which Jesse will go into in more detail later in the presentation. Today we're having the workshop. Based on today's workshop, we are planning to consider additional updates to the methodology, as Molly indicated, in the November time period. Following those updates, we are also planning a workshop for early December to discuss possible alternate curtailment methodologies as directed in the resolution adopting the emergency regulations. Those alternate methodologies may include Term 91 type approaches. And then in the longer term, there are, of course, additional improvements that we are considering as our data and tools improve. Next slide, please. Jesse will go into the details in a little more, provide a little more information about the details, but I just want to provide a very quick overview of the water unavailability methodology. Again, it's used to determine when natural and abandoned flows are not available for a diverter based on their water right priority date or water right claim priority date. The methodology does not address previously stored water delivered under contract. The methodology compares demand against anticipated supply. That analysis is done at the subwatershed scale and at the overall watershed scale. The original analysis that we've developed and that we've been refining to date really focused on dry season issues. The purpose of this workshop is really to talk about what additional adjustments may be needed during the wet season and some additional issues that have arisen during the process to implement the water unavailability methodology. Next slide, please. Back one, please. Okay. There you go. That's the right one. All right. So again, the issues for discussion today that were identified in the workshop notice include how to most effectively suspend curtailments in response to actual and projected precipitation and runoff events, possible modifications to return flow factors that are applicable during the wet season, including discussion of whether certain water right holders may retain control of their return flows, and those return flows should not be factored into available supplies, and if so, a methodology for implementing that type of assumption. Next, we'll discuss assessment of water unavailability in the legal delta during the wet season, including freshwater residence time and related issues that were discussed in Appendix D of the water unavailability methodology report that was released recently. And then lastly, we will discuss possible incorporation of enhanced demand data that has been submitted pursuant to the emergency regulations by larger diverters pursuant to the curtailment and reporting orders that were issued on August 20th. With that, I will now turn it over to Jesse to begin the discussion of how to incorporate how we're addressing suspension of curtailments.
Thank you, Diane. Again, my name is Jesse Jankowski. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights, and I will be discussing curtailment suspensions, forecasted precipitation and runoff, and related issues today. Next slide, please. First, I'll discuss how the State Water Board is currently assessing water supply and demand to determine curtailments with a review of the methodology. Then I'll review how these curtailments are communicated to water users through the online curtailment status list and weekly update emails to the Delta Drought subscription list. And finally, I'll provide a review of curtailment changes so far in October and a look at our upcoming actions. Next slide, please. Thanks. So the water unavailability methodology for the Delta watershed compares water supply and demand data to assess water unavailability for water rights at both the local headwater subwatershed scale and the watershed-wide scale for the Sacramento and San Joaquin River watersheds, including the legal delta. The methodology and its input datasets have been continually refined since its initial release, as Diane described, in response to comments and to improve its accuracy and usability for determining curtailments. Supply data inputs to the methodology are based on unimpaired flow estimates to approximate natural water flow, while demand data is based on reported direct diversions and diversions to storage in 2018, with some quality assurance and control to accurately represent consumptive water demands from natural flow. Though 2019 diversion data was also collected and QA/QC'd as part of the methodology effort, 2018 data was ultimately used to make these curtailment decisions because 2018 is the most recent below normal water year for which data was available since updated water measurement and reporting requirements passed and went into effect under Senate Bill 88. The methodology does include a number of adjustments to the data that account for changes to supply and demand data as a result of hydrologic conditions and water management within the Delta watershed. And those various adjustments are listed here. At its core, the methodology implements the water right priority system and a mass balance model. It essentially manages down to zero water supply and determines unavailability of water based on the priority date of rights or the claim priority dates of statements of diversion and use that are submitted to the Division of Water Rights claiming riparian or pre-1914 appropriative water rights. The monthly results of the methodology can be viewed in the interactive water unavailability methodology visualization tool. There's a screenshot of that shown in this slide. Next slide, please. The results of the methodology are used to inform the determination of the curtailment status of more than 16,000 water rights and water right claims within the Delta watershed. The curtailment status list, a screenshot of which is shown here, is an interactive data tool which allows users to search for the curtailment status of one or more water rights or claims based on a variety of criteria. And that list can be accessed at the link shown here. Per State Water Board resolution and the emergency regulation that authorized curtailment orders, these curtailment statuses are reassessed at least weekly, if not more frequently, based on recent water supply observations and forecasts. These weekly updates are sent to the Delta Drought email list whenever curtailment statuses in this list are updated. And those emails also contain a narrative description of current curtailments by both the sub-watershed and the priority date at which curtailments occur. Curtailment statuses are also available on a pre-recorded phone message for water users that might have limited internet access. The phone number for that is listed here. And archived versions of previous weekly update emails and spreadsheet versions of the curtailment status lists are also available for download on the Delta Drought website that is linked here. Next slide, please. So previously, curtailment statuses during the dry months of August, September, and early October were based on total water supply and demand data on a monthly time step. But more recently, to reflect dynamic water supply conditions at this time of year, beginning on October 13th, the curtailment analysis shifted to a weekly time step, where water supply and demand are evaluated on a rolling 7-day window into the future. This shift is intended to ensure that curtailments can be rapidly suspended when near-term forecasted precipitation is expected to generate sufficient runoff. However, these suspensions are still data-driven, and curtailments are not expected to be broadly lifted unless substantial precipitation is forecasted, which of course happened yesterday. These rapid water supply forecast assessments are being done on a regular basis to determine potential changes to curtailments, and all forecasts of water supply are obtained from the California-Nevada River Forecast Center, CNRFC. CNRFC's forecasts are updated daily and have a high confidence in the forecasting of precipitation and associated runoff within the next 7 days, hence the switch to a weekly curtailment analysis for the next 7 days. These forecasts are computed as a range of potential water supply values, so there's not a single forecasted value. Rather, it's a range of potential values, each of which has an associated probability of exceedance, meaning the probability that that amount of water supply would be exceeded during that given time period. For curtailment analysis, a range of exceedance forecast is being considered, with the 50% exceedance forecast, which is equivalent to the median value, is largely being relied upon. Next slide, please. This is just a sample graphic showing the qualitative analysis work from CNRFC. This graphic on the left shows yesterday's 6-day precipitation forecast in inches for the Delta watershed. And the graph on the right shows one example of a 10-day forecasted runoff response as a result of this precipitation for the Feather River. Next slide, please. So far in October, water supply forecasts have been frequently reassessed to determine the their potential impacts on curtailments as a result of precipitation events, and 4 curtailment status updates have been issued at least weekly in response. As previously described, the 2 most recent updates incorporated a shift to weekly supply and demand data instead of monthly. And previous curtailment changes as a result of smaller precipitation events resulted in the suspension of curtailments on specific tributaries and in the San Joaquin River watershed as a result of these smaller events. And of course, due to larger precipitation events, which were forecasted beginning today, many of you may be experiencing this precipitation right now. As a result of that, yesterday's update suspended curtailments in all areas of the Delta watershed for all water rights and claims. This decision was based on the water unavailability methodology results, which I described earlier, as well as low demand for direct diversions in October, the importance of allowing reservoirs to refill when water becomes available due to storm events, and existing in-stream flow requirements on various streams within the Delta watershed. We do caution that dry soil conditions throughout the watershed may limit the immediate impact of early precipitation. So additional precipitation events following this one are expected to result in more dynamic changes to the observed runoff that occurs. Of course, despite this temporary suspension of curtailments, all reporting requirements under the emergency regulation remain in effect, and any other water right conditions which may prohibit diversion, such as standard water right term 91, also remain in effect. We will continue to closely monitor forecasted precipitation and hydrologic conditions, and may reevaluate these curtailment statuses within the next week, if appropriate. Next slide, please. Finally, upcoming actions related to curtailment suspension and precipitation monitoring. Moving forward in the wet season, we plan to continue these regular assessments, as we've been doing, of near-term water supply forecasts, and to update curtailment statuses frequently to suspend curtailments whenever sufficient precipitation is anticipated, or potentially reimpose curtailments if conditions remain dry. We also plan to do some retroactive assessments of these recent forecasts compared to observed stream flows as a result of actual precipitation to validate our use of these various forecast products. Some small changes are also planned to elements of the methodology. Again, we've been doing continuous improvements and documenting those through new versions of the methodology report. We're hoping to improve the accuracy of the methodology by designating certain rights and claims within the Mokelumne, Chowchilla, and Fresno River subwatersheds as headwater demands, which can be met only by local supplies. In previous versions of the methodology, these demands were designated as lower watershed demands, which were only assessed in the watershed-wide analysis. Finally, looking ahead to 2022, we will assess a potential shift back to use of the Department of Water Resources Bulletin 120, which is a monthly water supply forecast product that was used during the summer of 2021. We'll assess a potential shift back to use of that product to augment the short-term weekly forecasts that we are currently using from CNRFC to inform curtailments. With that, we'll move to the next slide, and I will turn it over to my colleague, Nicole Williamson, to move to the next discussion topic of the workshop. Thank you. I apologize, Matt. I'm moving
no
to
problem.
Matt Holland. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Hi, my name is Matthew Holland. I'm a program manager in the Division of Water Rights, and I'll be going over return flow assumptions used in the water unavailability methodology, including changes that we propose to make for implementation of curtailments during the wet season. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start out by reviewing some of the input that we have received, primarily from the Bureau of Reclamation regarding residual control of return flows that result from delivery of previously stored water. And next, I will provide a review of return flow assumptions used in the methodology to date, followed by a discussion of the need for updates to accommodate continued implementation of curtailments during the wet season. And finally, I'll wrap up with a summary of the changes to return flow assumptions that we propose to make. Next slide, please. So first of all, I want to talk a little bit about the residual control of return flows. So we received a letter from Reclamation on September 16th that expressed a concern that large modeled September return flows resulting primarily from rice agriculture drainage may have led to early lifting of curtailments. So they were concerned that these model values may be too large and may not actually exist in this system. Additionally, we received a letter from Westlands Water District stating a similar concern, and we received an earlier letter from Reclamation that contained some measurements on the Calusa Basin Drain and Sutter Bypass. Further, Reclamation asserted residual control over return flows from prior deliveries of Central Valley project water, and that as such, significant quantities of the return flows that may be present should not be included in available supply for other non-CVP water users. So we certainly appreciate this input, and we're open to implementing updates to the methodology to more accurately account for actual return flows and for residual control. However, there are still substantial technical challenges. First, return flow data, return flows themselves are distributed throughout the system, and they're not generally gauged. So it's difficult to get a real-time actual sense of the true availability of return flows. Another difficulty with return flows from CVP deliveries is that those delivery or the diversions by, say, settlement contractors to CVP may be at times a mix of project water and diversions under the underlying right. And so given that, we would need to disaggregate those surface water diversions to truly account for how much project water was resulting in runoff, or sorry, return flow. Next, there's a similar issue with disaggregation of surface water versus groundwater supplies to demands that are receiving project water. So this is certainly something that we're open to looking into further, but we would need more technical assistance from any party that's asserting control of return flows. Next slide, please. So before we move on to the updates that we anticipate making, I'm going to briefly review a couple of the key features of the existing return flow assumptions. Essentially, the way that this works is that demands in 4 sub-watersheds are scaled by a demand factor to account for return flows resulting from demands that are met. These demand factors are derived from the ratio of modeled monthly return flows to modeled surface water deliveries from a calcium 3 run. The demand factor is equal to 1 minus the total returns over total surface water diversions within a watershed. So these are calculated at the watershed scale for the Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds at a monthly time step. And I really want to emphasize that these return flow factors are only applied in the 4 watersheds shown in this map on the right. So that's the Sacramento Bend subwatershed, Upper Sacramento Valley floor, and San Joaquin Valley floor. Next slide, please. So next, I'm going to go into, what's the motivation for updates? Why do we need to make updates to the return flow assumptions in the methodology? They're going to fall into 2 general categories: direct diversion versus diversion to storage, and unmet headwater subwatershed demands. And before I get into the details, I want to acknowledge there's some overlap between return flow issues and some of the forecast issues that Jesse previously discussed, as well as some of the demand data set issues that Nicole Williamson and Lauren Adams are going to be discussing later on in the presentation. So we've done our best to organize the discussion into discrete themes, but there's some unavoidable overlap. So you'll hear a little bit more about some of these other issues later on. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first category of updates that are needed relates to the need to treat direct diversions and diversions to storage differently with respect to return flows. First of all, diversion to storage does not produce a return flow, at least not at the time of the diversion to storage. However, the demand data set that we've used to date has aggregated direct diversion and diversion to storage. During the main portion of the irrigation season in a dry year, direct diversion far exceeds diversion to storage, so this has been an appropriate assumption so far. However, as the wet season gets going, our expectation is that diversion to storage should dominate over direct diversion, so return flow assumptions could start to be applied inappropriately to diversion to storage. So that's really that's kind of the biggest key distinction that we need to draw is direct diversion versus diversion to storage. How do we treat return flow in those two cases, and how do we separate them in the data set? Additionally, and this is another topic that'll come up later, the data set so far has excluded hydropower only diversions. So Nicole and Lauren will get into this a bit more later, but for now, I just want to make the observation that to the degree that diversions for storage for later hydropower or other non-consumptive uses that are not otherwise accounted for in a consumptive right should be included in the total demand for a given subwatershed and treated like any other diversion to storage. Next slide, please. Okay, and the second category is sort of peripherally related to return flows, but this was the best place to address it. As Jesse alluded to earlier, when we assess demand on the watershed scale, we do this in two steps. We first of all identify how much demand is unable to be met in headwater subwatersheds, and we remove that demand, if any, from the total watershed evaluation. The problem with this in the data set as it's structured right now is that there are some reservoirs mapped to subwatersheds that are assumed to receive return flows. So Shasta Reservoir is one of the examples of this. It's in the Sacramento Bend subwatershed. Additionally, some large project rights and other rights are split among different points of diversion in different subwatersheds. These demands for storage might be very large. And if we were to wind up with a demand for storage in a subwatershed on the valley floor or a subwatershed, any subwatershed that receives return flows, we need to account for that properly and remove those demands before we do the watershed-wide assessment of water availability. So, if all of the reservoirs were in headwater subwatersheds, this wouldn't be a problem. That unmet demand would automatically be removed, and we would not unnecessarily preclude diversion of available valley floor runoff. Next slide, please. So starting to wrap these things up, our proposed updates for the wet season are, first and foremost, disaggregate direct diversions and diversion to storage so that we can treat them differently with respect to return flows. Furthermore, we need to assign demands for diversion to storage for complex rights to the appropriate subwatersheds. So I kind of alluded to this earlier in that, say, a project right for storage might have multiple points of diversion throughout the system, some in headwater subwatersheds and some on the valley floor. We need to make sure that we're appropriately separating those demands. And this is another issue that'll come up later. We need to include diversions to storage for non-consumptive rights that modify the timing of flow. So that's another way of saying if there's a hydropower right or something like that that is not otherwise included, it needs to be included in the data set for demand. And then we need to not scale diversions to storage by a return flow factor, even if they're mapped to one of the 4 subwatersheds that receive return flows. Next slide, please. The second set of updates is related to the unmet headwater subwatershed demand and unmet demand for storage in general. So we should We need to remove unmet storage demand from full watershed scale demand, even if it's mapped to one of those 4 subwatersheds that receive return flows, or more generally, if it's not mapped to a headwater subwatershed, that would automatically result in that demand being removed. And then, as Jesse alluded to previously, we plan to introduce headwater subwatersheds on the McCollum, Chowchilla, and Fresno rivers. Again, this is an update that has multiple motivations, but one of them is to ensure that we're not inappropriately curtailing on the valley floor for unmet storage demand. And that is it for proposed updates to the methodology to account for return flows in the wet season. I'm going to hand it off now to Scott Lagunare, who will be discussing freshwater residence time in the legal delta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Lagunare. I'm a senior engineer in the Division of Water Rights, and today I'm going to present information on Delta residence time and other considerations related to water availability in the Delta. Next slide, please. We received comments about our assumptions in the methodology that it takes less than 1 month for water to travel through the Delta. This is a complex topic because there are many channels that water may take. There are many inflows and outflows. Water is consumptively used in the Delta, and there's a large tidal flux twice a day. In response to the comments received, we analyzed the problem in many different ways, and we concluded that our statement in the report that the residence time for water in the Delta is less than 1 month is valid. Appendix D was added to the methodology report in the August release, which includes the support for the methodology presented in the main report. This presentation goes over considerations and analyses related to the Delta residence time and water availability within the legal Delta. These include proper use of hydrodynamic models such as DSM-2, volume of water in the Delta channels, tidal flux, Delta consumptive use, and Delta water quality without supplemental project water. More information on these analyses and the assumptions can be found in Appendix D. Next slide, please. Appropriate use of hydrodynamic models. DWR's DSM-2 model is commonly used to estimate water quality and hydrodynamics in the Delta. However, it has a difficult time representing low outflow and high salinity conditions, specifically in the Southern Delta, such as observed in 2021. If hydrodynamic models are to be used in drought planning, they need to be properly calibrated and validated for dry and salty conditions. This figure shown here was from a report attached to a comment letter we received in the spring, which shows modeled salinity in blue and measured salinity in green. During the summer months, the modeled salinity is higher than the observed value by a factor of more than 2. We would argue that this model is not doing a very good job of representing the system under dry conditions, and therefore the results should be used cautiously and may not be valid at all. Next slide, please. Additionally, we received comments that included results from DSM-2 in the form of source fingerprinting, as shown here. Such results do not provide information on whether water is available or unavailable for diversion at different priorities. For example, the figure here shows that the source of water diverted at Clifton Court Forebay by BBID. Nearly 20% of the water that the model is diverting at the beginning of July has a source of the San Joaquin River, shown in red. While streamflow gauges may show that the water exists in the San Joaquin River in July, nearly all of the water has been released from New Melones storage for Delta Outflow and therefore is not available for diversion by BBID. Similarly, much of the water from the Sacramento River is supplemental project water that is not available for diversion, which will be discussed later in the presentation. In order for such results to be informative, an In addition to the need for proper calibration and validation, the inflow assumptions need to represent only water available for diversion by removing previously stored supplemental project water. Next slide, please. Residence time. In reality, the residence time for particles of water entering the delta is a distribution, where some particles may leave in the matter of minutes via evaporation, and some particles may get trapped in eddies or back channels and may stay there until a large flood event washes them to San Francisco Bay. The shape of the distribution may be different, but the same could be said about any reach of river in the system, such as a reach on the Feather River. Just because one particle of water remains in the system for a long period of time does not mean that the water is available for diversion by all users in the system. Rather, our monthly mass balance approach that we have taken in our methodology is a better approach to determine the water available for diversion based on the supply and the level of priority. We have received comments that the residence time is only a function of total delta volume divided by the inflow, and therefore the logic follows that when the delta inflow is lower, residence time goes up. And therefore, when delta inflow approaches zero, the residence time approaches infinity, which is obviously erroneous. Simple flow volumes and estimates of residence times based on inflow that are applied broadly to the legal delta do not provide a sufficient answer to inform determinations regarding water unavailability because they do not account for mixing from tidal action, consumptive use of water in the delta, water quality, and lastly, just because delta inflow exists, it may not be available for diversion. Next slide, please. By breaking the delta up into regions, it is possible to examine how each of these factors affects residence time in more detail. On the left is a figure from a USGS 2007 report that shows that the legal delta broken up into 4 separate regions. USGS also estimated the volume of water in the channels for each of these regions. The largest region by far is the Suisun Bay, which has more than half the volume of the delta. During dry conditions, such as we have been experiencing this year, the water in Suisun Bay is too salty for agriculture for all but the most salt-tolerant crops, very little of which is grown within the legal delta. Therefore, the focus of the rest of this analysis is on the other 3 regions. Of the other 3 regions, the South Delta has by far the smallest volume of water in the channels, with only 23,000 acre-feet. The table also shows an estimate of the large tidal flow that occurs in and out of each of these regions every day. For example, in the Central Delta region, the channel volume is 216,000 acre-feet, and 78,000 acre-feet enters and exits the region every day with the tides. While the tidal flux does not completely replace the channel volume, the sloshing of the tides does have the effect of reducing the residence time of water in the channels. Next slide, please. This figure shows the same information presented in the previous slide visually. The number of squares represents the channel volume for each region. Each square represents 1,000 acre-feet. The shaded orange squares show the daily tidal flux for each region, and the green shaded squares in the Suisun Bay region show the July 2021 net delta outflow for perspective. This visual representation makes a couple things more clear. First, the importance of tidal flux compared to the total volume of water in Suisun Bay and regions of the delta. And 2, the relatively small volume of water in southern delta channels compared to Suisun Bay and other regions of the delta. Next slide, please. A much bigger factor affecting residence time in the delta is the consumptive use of water within the delta. This table presents the gross channel depletions or the consumptive use in the delta from DWR's day flow model by month. These are the values used to estimate delta outflow for D1641 compliance. The total delta consumptive use is divided into each of the 3 regions And the columns on the right present the consumptive use as a percent of the channel volumes for each of the respective regions. The first thing to note is how much more water is consumptively used in the South Delta compared to the volume of water in the channels of the South Delta. In July, for example, more than 3 times as much water is consumed in a month than exists in the channels of the South Delta. This means that in July, the Southern Delta consumed all of the water in the channels, plus more water that has to come from outside this region. Next slide, please. This figure shows the information from the previous slide in a visual fashion. The squares show the relative channel volume for each of the regions, and in the red shows the volume consumptively used in each of the regions in the month of July. Because so much more water is consumptively used in the South Delta than is available in the channels, water is coming from neighboring regions. Next slide, please. Another way that we examined the water availability in the Delta was to estimate the water quality without the SWP and CVP's releases of previously stored water, supplementing Delta inflows and outflows. Much of the water entering the Delta during the summer and fall has been released from storage in SWP and CVP reservoirs. This water supplements the natural and abandoned flows for export and to maintain minimum Delta outflow for fish and wildlife and salinity control. This chart shows the total Delta inflow for the months of May through July in 2021. The orange area is a conservative estimate of previously stored SWP and CVP, or project water, entering the Delta. And the blue area is an estimate of the natural and abandoned flows. I would like to note that the estimates of natural and abandoned flows shown here are different than the values estimated using the methodology for unimpaired flows outlined in the report, because the estimates of total supply in the Delta watershed from the report are before any diversion has occurred, and the estimate presented here is from gauge data after upstream diversion has occurred. The gray line shows the total project exports and Delta outflow. From July onward, you can see that project Delta outflow is nearly always greater than exports and Delta outflow. Next slide, please. If we remove the previously stored Delta inflow and outflow from the mass balance of the Delta, Delta outflow goes negative starting in June. This is because the Delta consumptive use is greater than the natural and abandoned Delta inflow. The figure shows the natural and abandoned inflow in blue and the negative values in green representing the Delta consumptive use. The black line shows the resulting Delta outflow without previously stored project water. The table shows the monthly average values. In July, the estimated Delta outflow without supplemental project water would have been negative 1,138 CFS, or 70,000 acre feet of salty water from San Francisco Bay would have entered the Delta in July. Next slide, please. This chart shows the observed net Delta outflow and EC at Edmonton for May through July of 2021. The blue line shows Delta outflow, which drops from an average of 5,500 CFS to an average of 3,000 CFS in late May, early June. In response to the reduction in Delta outflow, the EC, shown in orange, climbs from about 2,000 microsiemens per centimeter to 4,000 in just a few weeks. Without the presence of upstream project storage releases into the legal Delta, the water quality would have become much worse this summer. Next slide, please. The natural and abandoned Delta inflows from the San Joaquin River in May 2021 is less than the consumptive use in the Southern Delta. This discrepancy grows as the summer progresses and the San Joaquin natural and abandoned flows decrease and the consumptive use increases. In July, only 8,000 acre-feet of the 72,000 acre-feet of consumptive use could be met from natural and abandoned flows in the San Joaquin River, resulting in a shortage of 64,000 acre-feet. The inflow needed to replace the water consumptively used in the South Delta would primarily come from Suisun Bay, especially when the Delta outflow is negative. Next slide, please. This schematic shows the lack of water available in the South Delta visually for July 2021. The blue areas are the natural and abandoned flows from the San Joaquin, Delta Eastside tributaries, and Sacramento River. The red areas represent the Delta consumptive use, and the green shows the Delta outflow reverse flows from Suisun Bay. Only 11% of the monthly consumptive use would have been met by low salinity water from the San Joaquin River. The other 89% would have to be met with water that flowed into the Southern Delta through the Central Delta from Suisun Bay. Next slide, please. Without the presence of upstream project storage releases into the Delta, diversions in the Southern Delta that exceeded inflows from upstream would cause water from the Suisun Bay and the Central Delta to enter the Southern Delta. It does not take much of this high salinity water to have a large effect on water quality. A 50-50 mix, for example, of 20,000 microsiemens per centimeter water from Central Suisun Bay would result in a mixed water quality of over 10,000 microsiemens per centimeter, assuming there was no other salt in the other components of the mix. A 90-10 mix of Martinez and San Joaquin water would approach 18,000 microsiemens per centimeter. For reference, this table shows the salinity tolerance for different groups of crops. Although some salt-tolerant crops can continue to be grown in relatively saline water, doing so requires very high leaching fractions to move the salt through the root zone. The types of soils in the Southern Delta do not provide the high leaching requirements needed to support high salinity irrigation water, and salt-tolerant crops are not generally grown in the Southern Delta. Even if such crops were grown in the Southern Delta and such leaching were possible, there's nowhere for the leached water to go except for back into the Southern Delta channels. With no net Delta outflow, the Southern Delta is a closed system where the salt levels continue to rise. According to Hoffman, in 2007, less than 10% of the crops grown in the Southern Delta were considered moderately tolerant or tolerant. An additional problem associated with applying highly saline water to crops is that salts will eventually have to be flushed from the root zone before yields can be restored. When that occurs, the salts will continue to impair the use of receiving water as an agricultural supply until such time as all the salts are flushed from the channels in the Delta. Next slide, please. We examined the problem of Delta residence time and water availability many different ways and made the following conclusions regarding residence time and water availability in the Delta. Estimates of residence time that only rely on one simple volume in the entire Delta and Delta inflow overestimate the residence time. When tidal flux and consumptive use are considered, the residence time of water in the South and Central Delta is on the order of weeks by August 2021. Without the release of previously stored project water, by August 2021, the water quality in the Delta would be too salty for agricultural or municipal beneficial uses. These analyses show that when tidal flux, consumptive use, Delta outflow, the operations of the CVP and SWP, and water quality are considered, the assumptions and conclusions regarding residence time and water availability in the water unavailability analysis are valid, and no changes to the methodology regarding residence time or Delta water availability is proposed. These are challenging and complex problems where more work can be done to further refine our understanding. We look forward to working with water users and academia in the future on these topics. That concludes my presentation. Now I'm going to pass it along to Nicole Williamson and Lauren Adams.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning. My name is Nicole Williamson, and I'm a senior environmental scientist in the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights. In the next few slides, I will provide an overview of the current water unavailability methodology demand dataset and the Delta Watershed Emergency Regulation enhanced reporting requirements. After that, I will hand the presentation over to Lauren Adams to provide an enhanced reporting data summary. Next slide, please. As discussed previously, the water unavailability methodology evaluates the demands for natural and abandoned flows in the Delta watershed by basis of water right. It is not intended to account for demands for previously stored water, imported supplies, and contractual demands. Currently, water demand is based on diversion data acquired from the State Water Board's Electronic Water Rights Information Management System, or ERIMS, computer database. The ERIMS database system contains information on water rights throughout the state, including monthly diversion data filed in annual reports by water right holders and claimants. The water unavailability methodology estimates monthly water demand based on the total monthly diversion amount reported for each water right record, including monthly direct diversions and diversions to storage. The demand data set used in the methodology is derived from the reported monthly diversion data for calendar years 2018 and 2019. The methodology primarily relies on 2018 data to develop the demand data set for 2021, while 2019 is included primarily for comparative purposes. Only active water rights within the Delta watershed classified as appropriative, which includes post-1914 appropriative water rights, or statements of diversion and use, which includes pre-1914 appropriative and riparian claims, are included in the demand data set at this time. Minor water right types, such as registrations and stock ponds, are assumed to constitute a negligible amount of the water diversion and use within the Delta watershed, and are not included in the demand data set at this time. Furthermore, water right records identified as non-consumptive based on the beneficial use type, such as hydropower generation, are also excluded at this time. Next slide, please. As discussed in the water unavailability methodology summary report, adjustments to the demand data used in the methodology are being considered as early as this wet season to incorporate reported demands submitted as part of the enhanced reporting requirements under the emergency regulation for larger water users. Projections of demands during the wet season may be a better reflection of demands than historical diversion data. This is particularly true for storage. As I described earlier, the methodology currently relies upon reported diversion data from 2018 to estimate demands this year. For direct diversions, the historical diversion data is a reasonable estimate of demands. However, for storage demands, the 2018 diversion data is a reflection of the precipitation and runoff events that occurred during particular months of 2018 and the amount of storage space available in reservoirs at those times. This diversion data is not expected to be fully reflective of current demands for storage, which are likely higher than indicated by the 2018 diversion data given extreme low reservoir storage conditions. In addition, the current demand data set may not currently fully account for demands for storage under non-consumptive hydropower rights that may make water unavailable for a period of time. The enhanced reporting data is being evaluated to consider updates to the demand data to incorporate these demands. Next slide, please. The Delta Watershed Emergency Regulation includes provisions for required enhanced reporting of water diversion information to inform future curtailment decisions. On August 20th, initial orders imposing water right curtailment and reporting requirements were issued to all water right holders and claimants in the Delta Watershed. The August 20th order sets forth several reporting requirements for diverters throughout the Delta Watershed. For water rights and claims with a face value or reported annual diversion amount of 5,000 acre-feet or greater in 2018 or 2019, the August 20th order requires water right holders and claimants to provide monthly reporting of water diversion and use information for prior months and monthly reporting of projected demand data. The first enhanced reporting forms were due on September 17th, and the second forms were due on October 10th. Subsequent forms will be due by the 10th of each month through July 2022, unless otherwise specified by the State Water Board. Water right holders and claimants holding approximately 730 water right records are subject to the enhanced reporting requirements. Enhanced reporting forms have been submitted for September 2021 for approximately 88% of these records. Enhanced reporting forms have been submitted for October 2021 for only about 61% of these records. Diverters who have not yet submitted required enhanced reporting forms for September and October should complete the forms as soon as possible. These forms are required per the Delta Watershed Emergency Regulation. Without a complete enhanced reporting data set, the utility of the enhanced reporting information may be limited. Next slide, please. The purpose of the enhanced reporting form is to collect information on actual recent diversions and projected demands for water under a diverter's water right or claim to better inform future demand assumptions and curtailments. The enhanced reporting form asks for two categories of information. The first category is actual diversions in previous months that have not yet been reported as part of annual reports submitted to the State Water Board. The second category is projected demands for the next 3 months, assuming curtailments are not in place under this or another order. The first form, due September 17th, asked for diversions that occurred in January through July 2021 and projected demands for September through November 2021. The second form, due October 10th, asked for August and September diversion data and projected demands for October through December 2021. Future forms are currently planned to ask for the prior month's diversion data and a rolling 3-month window of projected demands. Projected demands should not be the same as anticipated diversions. Instead, projections should represent the amount of water that would be anticipated to be used under a water right or claim if water is available at its priority. Actual diversions may not match projected demands for a variety of reasons, including limited water availability and any active curtailment orders. Projections should reflect best estimates at the time of submission and may understandably change between monthly forms as hydrologic conditions and associated circumstances change. It is important that reporting be as accurate as possible and avoid duplicate counting of diversions or demands in multiple data fields or across multiple water rights or claims. For multiple water rights that cover the same place of use, diversions and demands should be reported under the most senior water right or claim up to its maximum diversion amount before reporting under more junior rights or claims. Next slide. The first and second monthly enhanced reporting forms asked diverters to provide information about 5 categories of diversions or projected demands. The first category, direct diversions for consumptive use, includes direct diversions for irrigation, municipal, industrial, or other beneficial uses that consume water. This would also include any water that was diverted to storage and consumptively used within the same 30-day period. This would not include diversion of water that was stored in a previous month and delivered or used at a later date, such as contract deliveries. The distinction between storage for less than a month and storage for a longer period is made for purposes of obtaining diversion data in a format that can be used for purposes of determining water unavailability on a monthly time step. These numbers should represent actual or projected stream diversions, not subtracting water that returns to the stream after diversion due to agricultural runoff or municipal discharges. Only the water directly diverted for consumptive use under a specified water right should be reported. Diversions met by another water right or claim, such as contracted storage releases, should be reported under that water right or claim. The second category, direct diversions for non-consumptive use, includes diversions returned to the stream and made available for other users downstream within the same month. This could include run-of-the-river hydropower generation, fish and wildlife preservation, or other uses that do not consume water or only consume negligible quantities. This would also include any water that was diverted to storage and released for non-consumptive use within the same month. The form also asks for clarification if water was released somewhere beside the source stream due to an interbasin diversion. The third category, diversions to storage, includes water stored for any purpose and held beyond the month when it was diverted. In the case of multiple rights with overlapping consumptive and non-consumptive uses, such as municipal use and hydropower generation, diversions to storage should only be reported under the consumptive use right to avoid double counting of diversion volumes. These questions include a box to list the water right IDs associated with any overlapping water rights or claims and to provide an explanation. The fourth category, water released from storage for consumptive use, includes any water that was already held in storage and released for use during the month in question. This could include contractual deliveries, summer irrigation, or municipal purposes. Releases to meet water quality or flow requirements downstream should be included if they would not be considered abandoned within the Delta watershed and are therefore not available for diversion by other water right holders or claimants downstream. These numbers should not include water that was stored and used within the same month. Contract deliveries should only be reported under the right which stored the water, not by the parties rediverting stored water. Finally, in the fifth category, some releases of water from storage would be considered abandoned and available for downstream use in the Delta watershed. This may include hydropower releases or releases to meet in-stream flows for only a specific stream reach. This should not include water stored and released within the same month. Do not include releases that serve an overlapping consumptive use right or claim, which should be reported as released for consumptive use. Next slide, please. Projected demand data received through enhanced reporting forms are being assessed to determine the potential use for informing future curtailments. This slide identifies some of the ways in which this data may be used. When completing the enhanced reporting form, diverters submit information regarding overlapping water rights that may report duplicative diversion volumes. This information will be evaluated to identify possible instances of duplicative water diversion data reported under multiple water right records. The enhanced reporting data, including actual diversions for prior months and demand projections for upcoming months, is also being compared with the current demand data set to evaluate whether adjustments to demands should be made as early as this wet season. However, as Lauren will describe further, this additional quality control will be needed before this data is used for this purpose. The enhanced reporting is also being evaluated to assess abandoned flow assumptions in the methodology and for other purposes. In light of the ongoing review of the enhanced reporting data submitted to date, State Water Board staff are also reassessing the enhanced reporting data form and considering possible changes to the form for future months. An update on potential changes to the enhanced reporting form may be provided in the near future. I will now turn the presentation over to Lauren Adams to provide a summary of the September 2021 enhanced reporting data. Next slide, please.
Hi, my name is Lauren Adams. I'm a water resources control engineer with the Division of Water Rights. And today I will be presenting a review of the projected data reported in the projected demand section of the enhanced reporting form submitted for September 2021. The review I'm providing is based on the 588 enhanced reporting forms that we received as of September 30th. Projections submitted in the second monthly and enhanced reporting forms, which were due October 10th, are not summarized in this presentation. In this slide, I'm presenting a summary of the total projected diversions reported in these forms, and a comparison of this projected information with monthly total diversion information reported for prior years. Total projected diversions are on the right. The x-axis here displays the months, and since the projected diversion data was required for each of the fall months, these months are September, October, and November. The y-axis displays volume in million acre-feet of diversions. The purple bars in the figure are the monthly totals of projected demand reported from the enhanced reporting forms, or in other words, the total of projected direct diversion and projected diversion to storage for each fall month. The other color bars represent monthly totals of reported direct diversion and diversion to storage per year, as reported to the Division of Water Rights in the required annual reports for each of the fall months of 2018, 2019, and 2020. Although this projected demand for diversions was reported now in 2021, the purple bar, it is better to think of this data as an abstraction of a reported maximum rather than as a forecast of anticipated diversions in these dry times. Given the difference in the objective of the reported diversions from previous years and the demand projections reported this year, we would expect that projected demands would exceed reported diversions from prior years, which they do. Total projected fall demand of diversions, purple, exceeded historically reported diversions for the past few years. Next slide, please. Here are plots that isolate reports of diversion to storage on the left and direct diversion on the right. Here again, purple is the projected data, and the other color bars represent 2018, 2019, and 2020 reports. Projected demands for storage dwarf reported diversions to storage from past fall months. Some water right holders and claimants that submitted enhanced reporting forms indicated that if they could, they would fill their reservoirs. Reported projected direct diversion demands were lower than reported diversions from previous fall seasons. Next slide, please. Thank you for submitting this enhanced reporting information to us and for taking the time to abstract your operations to fit the enhanced reporting format. In addition to the benefits Nicole discussed earlier in this presentation, the enhanced reporting data also provides information about water demands and operations, particularly with respect to expected releases, and helps to clarify how diversions are reported. There are also outstanding issues with the enhanced reporting data submitted to date. Staff's review indicated through analysis of the data and review of the notes submitted in the overlapping rights explanation data field of the enhanced reports that without further context information, accounting for projected versions could benefit from clarification regarding the enhanced reporting requirements, including who reports what, how much to report, in which month to report, or whether or not to report to project unauthorized activity. It seems like a lack of clarity around these issues, and in some cases resulted in over-reporting, under-reporting, and summarized reporting issues. I will go into more detail on the under, over, and summarized reporting issues next in this presentation, and then go into some specific guidance to support future reporting, as well as some potential considerations for future reporting and modeling we are considering. Next slide, please. Over-reporting here specifically refers to projecting diversions that occur outside of an authorized season of diversion or use, or that exceeded the authorized rate of direct diversion. It is assumed that diverters will comply with the terms of their water right permit or license, so we edited the enhanced reporting data set and removed diversions outside of an authorized season of diversion or use, and reduced them to be within the bounds of their maximum permitted direct diversion rates. Here, the results of this QA/QC data check are displayed. Each month, about 10% of water right holders and claimants reported a diversion that occurs outside of an authorized season of diversion or use, or that exceeds the authorized rate of direct diversion. Water right holders and claimants also projected unauthorized diversions for each of the 5 authorization types analyzed. The majority of unauthorized diversions reported unauthorized direct diversions. There were about 60 water right holders and claimants that reported a direct diversion outside of their authorized direct diversion slide. Could you go back a slide? I think we might have skipped one. No, okay. No problem. The next slide, please. So this slide is, there's also a figure that compares total reported diversions of September, October, and November of 2018, 2019, and 2020, and the 2021 projected demand of diversions. So in these cases, now the purple in these slides are projected diversions. And in this, it's the data that was reviewed and updated to remove the demand of diversions that were reported outside of an authorized season of diversion or use, or that exceeded the authorized rate of direct diversion. In these figures, blue is reported demand of diversions from the enhanced reporting forms prior to staff review. The other colors are reported diversions from previous year's annual reports. The QA/QC projected demands are more similar to the uncorrected project demand of diversions than to historically reported diversions, which is potentially more obvious when you look at the total of the diversion to storage and direct diversion. But here, when we break it out by storage, diversion to storage and direct diversion, we can see that this remains the case, that the QA/QC data is more similar to the reported data than it is to previous years. Note that other factors like unrealistic hydrologic expectation or flood control requirements were not considered in our review of overreporting, since the focus of this data set is to characterize maximum demand of diversion. Next slide, please. There are also cases in the enhanced reporting or underreporting where diverters appear to have underestimated projected demands. As Nicole mentioned, not all water right holders that are required to submit the enhanced reporting forms have done so. Of those that did submit the enhanced reporting forms as of September 30th, 47% did not report any demands in their unauthorized diversion season and did not indicate in their form that the diversions were reported under another water right. Some water right holders and claimants appear to have misunderstood how to complete reporting of projected demands, which should represent the amount of water that would be diverted if supplies are available and curtailments are not in place. Many users appear to have assumed that supplies would not be available and or the curtailments would remain in place. This assumption does not provide an accurate representation of demands for water that exist, even if those demands cannot be met, which is the intent of the projected demand reporting. For example, here is a figure displaying total releases, total diversions to storage, and total direct diversions reported by the 588 reporters. The green in this figure are the releases and the red are diversions to storage. Next slide, please. If the United States Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources projected diversions were removed from the data set as a proxy for removing the demands of the Valley Dam impoundments, then we could see that for the remaining reports, projected storage withdrawals exceed projected storage. Again, the green in this figure are releases and the red are demands for storage. Noting a potential of the role of flood control regulation, these figures project storage evacuation. Another example of likely misreporting apparent in the enhanced reporting data set was reporting of all diversion to storage in 1 month with no additional diversion to storage in subsequent months. Next slide, please. Some water right holders and claimants indicated in the overlapping rights explanation data field of their enhanced reports that they were reporting as one water right in a group of overlapping water rights. Thank you for providing this information. Even with this information, additional information, however, it was sometimes challenging and in some cases impossible to account for the flow of water in the system. I will walk through some of the types of overlapping water rights identified in the enhanced reporting forms and highlight the ways in which these types of reporting of demand can result in muddied summary reporting, which can potentially over or underreport projected demands, and then circle back to outline some potential ways our reporting requirements could potentially change to address this and other issues in the future. There are instances in which one primary owner is reporting total diversions under all of their water rights or claims for each water right or claim. For example, if one water right has a consumptive use demand of 10 acre feet and the other has a consumptive demand use of 20 acre feet, the owner is reporting 30 acre feet for both water rights. There are instances in which a reporter has indicated that diversions are being reported by place of use, not point of diversion. For example, reporting all the water used at a certain place rather than the water diverted to that place. There are instances for which one or more water rights or claims share a reservoir, powerhouse, or point of diversion with one or more other water right, and it is unclear how reporting is coordinated between these water rights and claims. There could be over or under reporting of diversions. For example, if 3 water rights share a point of diversion at a reservoir, dam impoundment, powerhouse, or another point of diversion. A concentration of issues materialized regarding reporting among and between cascading reservoirs. For enhanced reporting forms submitted for a water right within a series or a clustered series of cascading reservoirs, water is often reported for one water right or claim on behalf of other water rights or claims. But the reporting can summarize reported diversions differently and sometimes with reporting gaps. Reporting can be aggregated and summarized at different spatial scales with different approaches for splitting reporting in ways other than by water right. To name a few observed issues, projected diversions are reported outside of the authorized direct diversion season, potentially attributing this diversion to another water right for which they are reporting, for which the diversion would be in season. Reporting of storage is omitted within a cluster of cascading reservoirs and water rights. Reporting of or observation of unresolved overlaps among cascading reservoirs. Reporting of overlap among reported overlapping groups, between overlapping self-designated overlapping groups and water rights not reported as being part of that group or another group, or between overlapping groups and water rights that aren't on our weren't required to submit enhanced reporting forms. All of this results not just in issues related to summaries within groups, but of summaries of groups within summarized group problems, depending on the level at which the reported information was aggregated. Next slide, please. To clarify who should be reporting what with respect to cascading reservoirs, a conceptual diagram was developed. The diagram indicates who needs to reporting within a simplified 2-reservoir system. There are several combinations of relationships possible between an upstream impoundment that could capture and release water and a downstream diversion, including it to a downstream impoundment. Effectively, no matter what combination of upstream-downstream system you have, both the upstream and downstream party need to report all water right diversions and releases, identifying whether those releases are abandoned or not. I'll walk through a couple of combinations to provide examples. If in a 2-reservoir system, the upstream reservoirs was directly diverting, such as the case here on the left, and then the downstream reservoir was diverting to storage or directly diverting or releasing previously stored water, both reservoirs need to report their operations. If in a 2-reservoir system, the upstream reservoir was releasing water, such as the case here on the right, and the downstream reservoir was diverting to storage, directly diverting, or releasing previously stored water, the upstream reservoir needs to report releases, and the downstream reservoir also needs to report its activity too. A continuation of this reservoir model is a 3-reservoir model, or a substitute, or you could substitute a reservoir for a different type of diversion. Again, in all these cases, all water right diversions and releases should be accounted for at each point of diversion of each water right. Next slide, please. Lastly, there are issues with reporting by water right. Even though it is what we asked for, even within one water right, there could be multiple points of diversions, and in some cases, it is unclear where reported diversion to storage and releases are without more refined reporting. Next slide, please. State water board staff are considered, no, that was right. Yep. State water board staff are considering possible updates to the enhanced reporting forms for future months. Future updates to the enhanced reporting forms may provide additional clarification about the requested reporting information or may include possible changes to reporting questions based on staff's initial review of the enhanced reporting data. State water board staff also plan to contact certain diverters to request clarification about information contained in some of their enhanced reports. If you believe you need to update your report that you may have made a mistake, you can do so by going to your enhanced report, updating your response, and resubmitting it. The resubmittal will automatically update in our database each day. Please also reach out to us with clarifications, questions, or concerns. If you believe we may be mischaracterizing your reporting, or if you believe you may have misunderstood the reporting requirements, or you have an idea of how we could improve our reporting requirements, please reach out to us so we can resolve the matter. Next slide, please. The intention of this slide is to, okay, go back. Yeah. The intention of this slide is to offer a summary of possible solutions to address detected reporting issues. Diverters should not project diversions in exceedance of the authorized season of diversion or storage or consumptive or non-consumptive use as applicable, or in excess of the authorized rate of diversion. Diverters should report projected diversions to storage each month. Lastly, independent of the extent and level of overlapping water rights and data aggregation in your system, diverters should be reported by water right at this time and possibly by point of diversion in the future, not by owner, and in some cases, owners may need to coordinate their reporting to avoid under or over reporting. Diversions should be reported by water right and possibly POD in the future, and not place of use. Diverters should not duplicate report diversions or demands under any water right or claim. Next slide, please. I'm not sure what happened. Okay, we are also considering changes to the reporting requirements. These changes could be reflected in enhanced reporting forms provided in future months. This could include reporting diversions by point of diversion and not by water right, reporting of maximum demands, and simplification and clarification of questions. In addition, land-based data and real-time reservoir data, as well as other measured data, may be used to supplement reported demand data. In addition, over the longer term, division staff are considering the development of more refined modeling tools that may leverage existing water allocation modeling frameworks such as DRAT or SAC-WAM. This concludes the staff presentation. I will turn it over to Molly. Thank you for attending this workshop. We look forward to hearing any feedback, questions, comments, or concerns you may have.
Great, thank you, Lauren. All right, so we are actually going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break at this time, following all those presentations, get some water, get some coffee, and we will come back and we're going to begin with our first presentation, which is going to be a joint presentation from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources. That will be Adam Nichols, Kristen White, and Molly White. So I will go ahead and share my screen with a 10-minute timer, and we will see you back here at 10:40. Okay, welcome back, folks. Hopefully you had a rejuvenating break and were able to digest all of that information that we heard from our staff presentations. If we could get the PowerPoint back up, we can start with our staff present or our public presentations from our agency partners and other participants today. So we mentioned that we were going to start with Adam, Kristen, and Molly's presentation, but I see that we do have Michael Anderson from DWR here on the call. Michael, if you, let's see, I'm going to just unmute you here. If you're able to start your presentation, we can go ahead and start with you.
Good morning, everybody. I don't have any slides prepared yet. It's been a crazy busy time, as you might expect, with the incoming weather. It's not often you get 20% of the water year showing up in October ever, much less on the heels of a record-setting drought. Coming off a 2-year span that was drier than even 76, 77, and much, much warmer. Trying to put together information to help us navigate pivoting from one extreme to the next, and trying to be able to have a framework within which to make decisions and respond as nimbly as we can, as this appears to be our new state of being. So, if I have the ability to, well, I will put out a forecast briefing to the folks that I normally post that to here, hopefully soon, and I do have to leave at 11 for another meeting. But understand that we're trying to bring as much of our developing technology as we can into the forecast world and try and develop and turn it into usable information, particularly supporting not only flood emergency response, but then more broadly in these extreme drought periods where trying to understand how much water is where. And again, as we pivot out of it, in this case quite strongly, how to navigate these rather significant transitions. Happy to answer any questions. If you need to, my email is michael.l.anderson@water.ca.gov. Happy to answer questions as you might have them. So with that, I'll go ahead and stop. Sorry, I don't have more prepared, but as you can imagine, things are really, really busy right now.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and move on to the next presentation, which I believe we have some slides for. So I will go ahead and ask our presenters to unmute. So we have Adam, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Kristen and Molly. And I will go ahead and start the timer. And as I mentioned at the beginning, I'll just have it here on my end and I will drop into the chat when you have 5 minutes left.
All right. Do I turn my camera on here? I'm not sure how all this works in Teams or in Zoom.
You should see an icon at the bottom there with the camera.
I don't have one, so that's fine. I'll just go ahead and start my presentation. So I want to thank the State Board for inviting the Bureau of Reclamation and DWR to talk about curtailments at this workshop. Next slide, please. We have a brief agenda put together. We'll give some introductions, and then we'll talk about curtailments, the meat of the presentation, real world conditions versus modeled conditions, the right to return flows, specifically as it relates to the Sacramento River, and then when we think it's the right time to lift curtailments. And then I guess that this forum doesn't really have the opportunity for questions and answers, so we'll just have a conclusion at that point. Next slide, please. Next slide. Backwards, back one. There we go. So I'm Adam Nichols. I am the Regional Resources Manager for the Bureau of Reclamation. California Great Basin region. I have been in the position for about a year now, so I'm relatively new. I oversee water rights, water contracts, lands resources, and a whole cadre of other resources. And I'll let Kristen and Molly introduce themselves. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thanks, Adam, and thanks to the board for having me here, or board staff, sorry. My name is Kristen White. I'm the operations manager for the Central Valley Operations Office with the California Great Basin Region of Reclamation.
Hi, good morning again. This is Molly White. I do echo the thanks for having us here today, and I'm the State Water Project Water Operations Manager with the Department of Water Resources.
Next slide, please. All right, so getting into the meat of our presentation. Earlier this summer, the Bureau of Reclamation and DWR came out in full support of the curtailment orders that the state board was looking into implementing. On August 17th, they implemented the first curtailment orders, and we started to see, and this had real effects on storage in our reservoirs. We came out in support of curtailment to protect water diverted to storage under our water rights. On September 1st, we started to see curtailment orders, particularly on the Sacramento River, be lifted based on modeled conditions. And we provided some data to the state board suggesting that the modeled conditions are nowhere near what the real world conditions are actually are materializing. So we started to think, well, how can we support the state board in understanding the real world conditions that are occurring based on the modeled conditions, recognizing that there was a protocol that the state board has implemented through a public setting. So we believe that the models are useful in terms of helping to plan for potential changes, but the curtailment order should be lifted based on actual real world conditions and reactions to river and reservoir conditions. Similarly, storm forecasting, as we've seen, there's been a lot of talk and potentially a lot of pressure on the state board to lift curtailments based on forecasted storms. And we've recently seen that as recent as today with the lifting of some curtailments in the Delta. We believe that the storm should actually materialize first before those conditions are lifted. As we've seen storms in California over the last few years, they come in, we see them on the forecast, we get really excited about them, and then they peter out. So we believe we should wait till the storm actually physically materializes. And not only that the storm should physically materialize, that there needs to be an actual river and reservoir response to that storm. We've seen really dry antecedent conditions out there. You all know these conditions exist. You all know that the depletions in the river are extreme. So until we see actual reservoir and river responses, then curtailment orders should remain in place. As it specifically applies to the Sacramento River, we know that the models include return flows, and they should actually include return flows for modeling purposes. However, in the calculation for lifting curtailment, the models shouldn't take into account these return flows from the Sacramento River for lifting curtailment orders. Reclamation has long held a position that return flows, that the water developed by the project, stored under the project's rights, and then diverted to our contractors, and then re-released to the river as return flows, Reclamation retains that dominion and control over that water as it was developed under our water right. And we've been having discussions with the state board on this issue as early as 1963, potentially earlier. It's just the earliest communication I could find on the issue. Additionally, this is also highlighted in our contracts under Article 4 of our contracts with the Sacramento settlement contractors, in that these return flows are not for the contractors to potentially transfer or sell, that they remain the Bureau of Reclamation's to meet the needs of the CVP. which could be anything from meeting downstream diverter needs that are CVP diverters, or delta conditions to whatever this, or to rediverting to storage, say for San Luis. So we think there is a potential flaw in the modeling that would indicate that that we would lift curtailment based on the concept that return flows are showing up in the system. Next slide, please. But even though the models may be showing curtailment orders to be, or showing that return flows may be in the system, the reality is that these return flows are not showing up. This was a picture taken on Monday or Tuesday, 9 a.m. At our Sutter. I got to remember which location. It's at Knight's Landing, one of the places we measure our outflows for return flows. There's no effective water entering the Sacramento River from our Colusa Drain location near Knight's Landing. So the return flows are not materializing, and as we'll describe in the next slide, there's some operational reasons for that. Next slide, please. This slide, this graph here shows depletions and accretions on the Sacramento River for the 4 driest years we have on record: 1977, 14, 2015, and 2021, current year. As you can see, all the depletions bottom out around July, mid-July, and starting in August, we start to see a general trend of depletions being less in the system. An interesting thing is happening now in October, though, as you can see, the black line representing the Bureau of Reclamation, or representing 2021, demonstrates that depletions are actually diverging from our expectations right now. So highlighting the dry antecedent conditions, highlighting the dry soils, and that river systems are not actually responding to storm conditions as we might have modeled or predicted. So just to highlight that there are extreme dry antecedent conditions out there. Initial fall storms may not produce much in the way of runoff. They may help to saturate groundwater for the soils for spring runoff, but they are not really producing much in the way of runoff as we can see right now. Additionally, as far as it applies to what our growers are doing, the operational actions being taken by our growers that are potentially affecting the return flows, growers are using this water more. We reached out to a few of the growers and anecdotally are hearing that they are just using the water that they have more efficiently and more often. They're moving it from basin to basin and not releasing it to the river, where traditionally, once it's been used, it releases back to the river as a return flow. So we're just seeing it, we're not seeing as much water come up for an operational reason as well. Next slide, please. So where we think curtailment should be lifted, when should they be lifted? They should be based on actual river conditions and not forecasted model conditions. Should be mindful of the drier conditions overall, these dry antecedent conditions. Physical water should be in the system, so the reservoirs and the rivers should be reacting. We should take into account from our models the need to look at depletion trends, that our models are not necessarily predicting these trends accurately. Should not take into account agricultural return flows that CVP asserts ownership over. And just to note that DWR's Division of Flood Management will continue to provide technical support with respect to forecast and runoff conditions, as well as reclamation will provide any information in terms of runoff conditions as we have recently to the board. And that's next slide. Next slide, please. And that's it. That's all we have for our presentation today. We would ask questions, but I don't know if anybody has, if there's a way to do that.
Yeah, Yeah, we have about 4 minutes left in the time allotted. So if you wish to speak, you can go ahead and raise your hand on the Zoom. If you're one of our panelists, presenters, or commenters that would like to ask a question. Looks like Diane has a question.
Thanks, Adam and Kristen and Molly, again, for being here today. I think Matt spoke to this some in his presentation, and I just wanted to point out again, we do very much appreciate the input on the observed return flow issues and your input related to control of return flows. I think, again, we'd like to request if you have specific input on how we might implement some of these concepts in the analysis in terms of identifying the quantities of return flow that reclamation retains control of, and if not, how we might diminish return flow factors applied in the methodology. It may be that you're suggesting that perhaps we remove return flows altogether. And if that's your suggestion, that would be, I'm just wondering if that is a suggestion that's being made.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And thanks, Diane, for that. So while there are other return flows on the system, they are rather small in comparison to what would be coming from the Bureau of Reclamation's contractors. We can work with you to establish that number. So we can, if you want to take into account the small quantities of other return flows that may be reaching the system, or flows from other systems that are hitting the Sacramento River as well. So we can help you do that. It's not a number we've generally calculated because it's something that we've generally just said anything that hits Knight's Landing is more or less a return flow from our contractors. But I hear the request, and I think we can work with you to find that.
Great, thanks. We'd appreciate the additional technical feedback.
Great, and John Herrick also has his hand up, one of our attendees. So I will invite you to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I just want to ask the Bureau to clarify that if the settlement contractors were receiving water under their original rights, their return flows would flow downstream and be available for other purposes and users. But it's the Bureau's position that now that they're providing it, that no one else can touch that water?
Has been the Bureau's position for since the development of the projects, that water developed under the project and delivered under the contracts is contract and project water. So that water then is, when it's returned to the river, is used for the purposes of meeting other CVP needs. And we've long held that position. But I will note that this is not a position, this is Reclamation's position, and DWR is still thinking through their issues on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and if we don't have any other questions or comments right now, we wrap this up in perfect time. We can go ahead and move on to our next presentation from our presenters from the Central Delta Water Agency. So we've got Dante John Nomalini and Brett Baker. They also have slides, so I will go ahead and ask you to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, this is Dante John Nomalini. I'm an attorney and the manager for the Central Delta Water Agency. I've been working on water matters such as this type, as well as others, for over 50 years. And at the outset, I'd like to say that the state board is embarking on a very complex and difficult task, which is challenging from both a technical standpoint and a legal standpoint, And then a 15-minute presentation, I think, from our standpoint, is not going to do justice to the subject. And we would like to meet with particularly the Delta personnel of the state board working on this problem to try and sort through some of these issues. At the outset, however, I'm happy to see that there's an acknowledgement of the physical situation of the Delta such that if the bottoms of the channels are below the tide level, they will always have water. That seemed to be a previous issue, but anyone familiar with the geology of the Delta would understand that to be the case. And we also have rising sea level. I think the biggest difference that we see in the analysis pertaining to curtailments in the Delta is the lack of understanding of the law. The law is clear and we've adjudicated it. And so the meeting should include lawyers as well as engineers if we're going to sort through it. But it's clear under the law that both the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project have the obligation to provide salinity control to the Delta. It is also clear that commingled water in the Delta precludes the ability to segregate that water from the point of diversion. So the issue is water quality. And water quality is salinity control in general. And therefore, what's going on with regard to curtailment in the Delta doesn't make a great deal of sense. There's also the bottom line position that should be understood that if we stop the irrigation in the Delta, which involves pumping the groundwater to keep the land surface dry and below in the fringes of the Delta, below the root zone, we have to do that all the time or it would fill with water or it will vegetate and cause greater water demand than comes from the utilization by our farmers and other users today. Now, I'd like to go through the PowerPoint quickly just to highlight some information that I don't know whether or not the staff of the board has it available to it or is aware that it exists. So could you go to the next slide? I tried to list quickly the areas of concern that are overall, some are technical. The one is that I don't think on the San Joaquin that the modeling takes into consideration unimpaired flow from the upper San Joaquin and of course the effects of Friant Dam and even the Kings River contributed to the hydrology in the Delta at one time. A natural flow from the west is no longer being ignored based on what I heard presented, and that's good to understand that the Delta will always have water. Any diminution in quantity is made up from the bay and the ocean. The quality is the issue. The modeling ignores damages caused by the projects in terms of diversion of flow that is not entitled to be stored, as well as the drainage conditions resulting from delivery of water on the west side of the San Joaquin Valley. And that has increased the salinity that ends up in the Delta. The statutory obligation I just mentioned applies to Friant Dam as well as Shasta and other reservoirs of the Central Valley Project as well as to the state. And the assumption was made in the little presentation that was given earlier that the Delta users are not entitled to divert stored water or other waters. But if it's commingled, we can't segregate it, and the law makes it clear that we're entitled to divert it. But overall, the salinity repulsion obligation kind of supersedes the whole issue. The physical solution aspect, from a water rights standpoint, when you take and utilize winter and spring flows, which we have no objection to that, provided we're compensated with salinity control obligation. But the water rights law recognizes the need for physical solution, such as providing better water quality later in the year, so that we can, as a society, better utilize all of the flows. Because a lot of the flow comes in the winter and the spring, not available in the summer. Projects can be built in order to capture the flow and deliver it in the spring and the summer. The water projects themselves were planned to divert only water that is truly surplus to the present and future needs of the areas in which the water is developed or exists. That policy, we think, is still good policy. However, the projects have failed to develop the water that was originally planned. And by the year 2000, the State Water Project was to develop North Coast water sufficient to produce 5 million additional acre feet per year to the Delta. And that's by the year 2000. That wasn't done, yet business has gone on with very substantial transfers of water deliveries by the project, liberating the use of water so that non-firm water is being used to create permanent demand in crops and in housing and things of that type. So let's go back to the next slide. This water supervisor's report provides grab sample data, in particular of interest to this task are the data from 1931, which was the greatest year of salinity intrusion into the Delta. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. All right, highlighted here are the grab sample data. They're intended to take the sample of chlorides of water to determine chlorides at the greatest salinity point in the tidal cycle. And you can see that salinity was very good at Brant Bridge on the San Joaquin and Mossdale on the San Joaquin. And that indicates that the snow melt from the San Joaquin system, where the Sierra is high and snow melt extends well into the months as opposed to the rainfall watershed of the Sacramento. So I think the modeling needs to take into consideration the unimpaired flow that would result from the San Joaquin, including the upper San Joaquin. It also shows that salinity from the bay intrudes all the way into the South Delta, depending upon the availability of flow that comes down the San Joaquin and some of the other tributaries. All right, let's go to the next slide. All right, and it's important to know that in the planning for the projects, the Delta entirely was deemed to be within the watershed of the Sacramento River for the purposes of protection of the uses within the watershed. All right, next slide. I talked about that. Let's go to the next slide. Now, this was the planning basis for the projects, and it anticipated the drought from the 28, 29 through 34. So that when we talk about drought and droughts emergencies, we have ignored the fact that the projects are being operated in such a manner that they do not anticipate future dry years. Now, you can't predict every dry year, but at least if you go back and look at the planning for the projects ought to show us how they're planned to meet water quality standards and senior water rights in a reoccurrence of dry years. And at least it should include the 28, 29 through 34 years that the predecessors used to plan for the project. And that will show you that without any exports, the Sacramento-San Joaquin watershed is going to be grossly deficient in water. And that will have to come from groundwater, which is now being mined and transferred with groundwater substitution, fallowing, and other mechanisms that are going to haunt all of us in trying to meet the needs of the project and plan for the future. Now, next slide. Now, this is a pattern of dry years. Everybody knows there's more than 6-year droughts. The project developers have known that droughts, and they know today even better. And so to treat a water plan with no plan for drought and saying that it's some kind of unforeseen emergency is unrealistic. All right, next slide. All right, go on, next one. This simply shows the 5 million acre foot plan and where the projects were going to come from that they did not develop. Next slide. All right, next slide. We know that we're exporting more water than is surplus to the needs. Keep going, another slide. This is just evidence of what the pattern and practice has been by the state board in letting the projects do this. 29, the state project and federal project ran out of water, yet they were allowed to export the very water that was necessary to meet the standard. In 2015, of course, again, we had a situation similar to that where the executive officer and the Delta Water Master at that time agreed to look away from the fact that the projects were going to violate the standard for the year type and instead allow them to operate the critical year. And then, of course, we know in 2015, declarations of emergency were done to facilitate export of water and curtail senior water rights. Next slide. All right, keep going. This one, it looks to me like we're all on the same page now. We agree that the delta is connected to the bay and the ocean and we'll always have water. Next slide. This is just tidal action at Mossdale to show that tide can reach that point. Again, I think now that issue is moot. Let's go to the next slide. All right, quantity is the issue in the Delta. The Department of Water Resources, everybody except the modern generation understood that for the Delta, quantity is not an issue. It is quality. Let's go to the next slide. These are just acknowledgments that I think the newer generation should be aware of. This is the same thing. No physical shortage of water in the Delta. That's embedded in the North Delta Water Agency contract. Next slide. This is your issue of commingled water. And in the Delta, we have commingled of water. So the burden of proof rests with the party causing the mixture. That's the party, in this case, would be the state water project and state federal Central Valley project. I'm not even sure they can demonstrate that the water they release from storage that goes to their contractors actually ends up in the Delta. It may very well be in the underground in the higher reaches of the Sacramento Valley. In Friant's case, it could be in the groundwater, in both sides of the San Joaquin. It's certainly not water coming all the way down to the Delta. All right, next slide. Statutory priorities. They're being ignored. Let's go to the next slide. It's clear that the Delta salinity control and even the adequate supply for the Delta are deemed by statute to be necessary prerequisites for export of water. And certainly they have to be recognized in this overall issue of how we handle exports from the Delta, deliveries upstream that created new demand. And that, of course, the need to mitigate for the damage caused by the projects. All right, next slide. This is just more law as to the needs for salinity control and the protection and first priority basis of water quality in the Delta. Next slide.
Hi, Dante, just checking in here to let you know time's up. So if you could
Okay.
just go ahead and wrap it up.
I'll wrap it up right here with the
Perfect.
United States versus State Water Resources Control Board case in which all of the players were a party, and the appellate court has acknowledged clearly that you can't export water of the Delta if it's needed to provide water to which Delta users are entitled, water which is needed for salinity control, and an adequate supply for Delta users. That's a good way for me to end this discussion, but we all need to get together and see if we can work through this process, particularly with regard to the Delta, or we're going to have to do it in court. And we've already done it in court, so I think this is significant precedent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dante. Looks like we have Jesse has his hand up. He'd like to respond.
Thank you, Molly. Just a quick clarification. Thank you, Mr. Nomalini, for the comments. With respect to including the upper San Joaquin River and the Kings River in water supplies, I want to clarify that the methodology does include water supply and demands from the upper San Joaquin River above Friant. However, it does not, you are correct, it does not include the Kings River or any of the Tulare Lake streams. It's assumed that during dry conditions such as these, that there are no contributions of water supply from the Tulare Lake Basin into the Delta watershed. And that's all.
I'm happy to hear that, but I think it's an error. And the reason I say that is that your current analysis doesn't show a water supply in the San Joaquin and in the South Delta that is clearly shown in the 1931 water supervisors report as being there. So anyway, that's my dilemma. I think something's wrong in that analysis. Anyway, thank you for the comment and clarification.
And thank you. Duly noted your response.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to our next set of presenters. We have Dean Ruiz and John Herrick from the South Delta Water Agency. So I will go ahead and ask you to unmute yourself. Let's see, John, you should already be able to talk.
I just unmuted.
Great, we can hear you.
Thank you. This is John Herrick, South Delta Water Agency, and Dean Reese is with me. Mr. Nomalini covered almost everything we were going to cover also, so I'll go very quickly. Hopefully we'll have time for maybe questions. Next slide, please. And, oh, sorry. Thank you. Next slide. As the last question for Mr. Nomalini's presentation was, it dealt with the contributions of the upper San Joaquin. The reason we think there's something wrong is that the analysis doesn't seem to comport with those grab sample numbers that Mr. Nomalini presented. And if you go to the next slide, the 1980 report authored by the South Delta and the Bureau of Reclamation identified the decrease in flow due to the CVP, including the especially Friant. And you can see the numbers there. If you go down to the bottom, the average for all years and the April through September time period, it clearly shows that there's a significant decrease in water from the Friant area that should be coming downstream or used to come downstream. Now, whether any particular year fits into the numbers there is up to an analysis, but it clearly shows that there was water coming from upstream. Of course, in the driest of times, in the driest of years, it would be less than the average numbers, but there was water coming. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I'll skip the salt part, except to note that, as everybody knows, the CVP, through the actions of its delivery of water, increases salts in the channels. And that's important because of its obligations that we'll get to later. But this is a chart from that 1980 report. And as you can see, the average EC numbers and for the months are shown for the decades. And when you get up to the 600 mark, if you go to I think it's 640, that's the 1000 EC mark. So you can see that the standard today is even greater than any of the averages for all those years, and they slowly got worse as the projects went forward. Next slide, please. That's just a chart from the regional board showing the mean and the amounts of salt contributed to the river. And you can see the mean from 2001 to 2004 was 742,000 tons of salt that the CVP service area contributed to the river. Now that's 2004 data, so things have changed a little bit, but that gives you the magnitude of the problem. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As we discussed, there's water coming in. Now this is the graph from a Delta Atlas that you won't see because it has anywhere else, because it has the dates of those maximum salinity intrusions. Normally you see a slide like this, they've removed the date, so they just show that look how bad it gets in bad times. But the farthest intrusion of salt water was in September, I think that says 14th of 1931. And as you can see, that gets into half of the South Delta, but not until September 14th. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with agriculture, the diversion season is ending in September generally. And so what happened in 1931 was all of the South Delta was able to irrigate for virtually all of the season with no problem. Now, the water may not have been as good a quality as they wanted, but they were not precluded from diverting by saltwater quality of water until late in the season. That's the historical position or the historical point. So next slide, please. And next slide, this is what Dante also showed you. Another slide, please. Is there something wrong with the next button? Oh, here's where Dante showed you that chart. And again, the numbers for the locations in the South Delta down there near the bottom show that there was good water quality even in that September month of the driest year, or excuse me, the year of maximum salt intrusion. So that should be the starting point for the analysis by the state board, rather than their assumption that the South Delta doesn't have a water supply. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, I want to focus on this for a minute. And I'd like to request that Scott Lagunare, he emailed me and we set up a meeting as soon as possible, excuse me, because I believe there are many, many false assumptions and incorrect data in his presentation. I'd like to go over that. But when he says the incoming tide is from Suisun Bay, what does that mean? What that means is water that's been mixed in the Delta and flowed into Suisun Bay is then pushed back in on the tides. That doesn't mean you have some horrible water quality that comes in the tides. That means you have water that was previously in the Sacramento, McCollum, Cosumnes, San Joaquin, and its tributaries, all those river waters mixed and then slowly move out when you have Delta outflow. So when that water comes back in on the tide, it's not bad water, it's not ocean water, it's previously Delta tributary water. Now, of course, during dry times, if Delta outflow is negative, then salts from the ocean slowly intrude, but they do that very slowly. You don't suddenly have Suisun Bay water arriving at South Delta's Mossdale location. That takes months, and that's what the historical record shows. And that's why we put in that the chart of the maximum intrusions. The salt water slowly intrudes, but the locals are always able to divert. Next slide, please. Now, I think they've I think everybody's now admitted that the San Joaquin, excuse me, the South Delta water area is tributary, is benefited by Sacramento River water naturally. But we had our engineer do this modeling. I'll go through this real fast. But of course, if there's no San Joaquin River flow, none, and that's what this modeling is showing, then there's still water in the South Delta. So where does it come from? It comes from other places that the tide pushes it in. And that includes Sacramento, it includes Cosumnes, it includes McCollum, it includes water around Antioch that was previously tributary water that flowed out of the Delta. It includes all those sources, but there's always water there. And if there's always water there, that means a riparian can divert. Next slides, please. Go 2 more slides. This is just one of the charts of the modeling that shows that if you shut down the Sacramento River and or the San Joaquin, there's still water in the channels of the Delta. I think that's obvious, but we had a little dispute last time. So next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Now, I'd like to make this very clear because we've had state board attorneys snicker at us and say, well, what do you think? You have a riparian right to salty water? And the answer to that is, of course, yes. Whether the water is 0.2 EC or 3.2 EC, if it's naturally in the channel next to a Delta island, it can be diverted. And so it's not up to the state board to decide at some point that the water quality is not good enough and suddenly the riparian right disappears. That's not under the law in any jurisdiction I know, and it's certainly not California law. Next slide. So anyway, there's no set of circumstances whereby there isn't naturally water in the South Delta for riparians. There are no such circumstances under which that'll happen. So given that, next slide. Let's get back to those statutory priorities. And next slide, please. Dante covered these, but I want to highlight this. Next slide. The system set up for the export projects was that they had to comply with certain rules before they could enjoy the benefits of their projects. And those rules are that they must maintain salinity in the Delta. So that's their obligation. So you shouldn't curtail people in the Delta because the water quality is getting bad when the projects have been obligated by statute to maintain that water quality for those Delta riparians. They're also supposed to protect, next slide, please. And as Dante said, in the Racanelli decision, it was confirmed that the act prohibits exports from the Delta when there's water, before there's water necessary for entitlements in the Delta and salinity control and an adequate supply. So if those are the 3 conditions under which the projects can operate their export system, how on earth can you curtail the people that are supposed to get that project benefit while letting the projects export? It's simply contrary to logic, and it's contrary to law, because we always have water. The projects are supposed to keep it fresh for us, and yet you're trying to curtail us so that projects can still operate and meet relaxed permit conditions. Next slide, please. Now, as Dante said, decreasing Delta diversions actually increases consumptive use. Next slide. And he didn't provide this chart, but we do know that if you have to let the land go fallow in the Delta and most parts of the Delta, it ends up consuming more water than the agriculture. So I would question the logic behind trying to curtail in Delta riparians and have their lands then consume more water than the agriculture does. That doesn't seem to make sense. Next slide. Now, this is a very key part, and I'll try to go fast because I'm running out of time. We now know that the efforts to address changes in the water quality control plan and provide for long-term meeting of water quality objectives includes the projects not operating in any substantially different way and trying to get additional water through payment or not from tributaries in the Delta. That's what I understand the voluntary agreement process to be doing. We're facing these problems because the projects didn't plan ahead. That doesn't solve the problem, but if the plan is to operate as the projects still are, then the state board is on the complete wrong track to address these issues. It needs to make sure that planning is done rather than these emergency, let's shut off other people in order to supply water that the projects didn't plan for. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, the D1641 places Delta water quality objectives on various Bureau and DWR facilities, including San Luis Reservoir. So if the projects export water in December, January, and February in 2021, or 2019, or 2020, 2021, that water goes to San Luis or can, and then later in the year, they can't meet their obligations and the state board wants to curtail people to make sure there's sufficient Delta outflow. That San Luis water is burdened by D1641. So it shouldn't be used for consumptive use somewhere else in the state if the projects haven't met their permit conditions for Delta needs. So rather than releasing New Melones water, they could release San Luis water back into the San Joaquin River, provide that same Delta outflow water, and also meet their obligations for water quality. That's the important thing that we need to consider here is the issue of curtailing people that always have water next to them and someone else is supposed to maintain the quality for their benefit cannot lead to a solution for the problem of California's dryness. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I want to make this last point, and I'm sorry if I'm going too fast and this is getting confusing. We'll try to write something up a little better. The notion that stored water can't be diverted by other people is not only illogical, but it eviscerates the purpose of water quality standards. And let me give you the examples. Number one, if there's sufficient natural flow to meet water quality objectives, there's no issue. And so any burden on the projects is not a burden if there's sufficient natural flow. If there isn't sufficient natural flow to meet those obligations, then the projects are supposed to release water to meet those. Under the state board staff's theory and methodology, once they start releasing that water, stored water, then nobody else can use the water. So if you're releasing water to meet a agricultural water quality control objective in the South Delta, and that precludes the South Delta agricultural users from using the water, you have no obligation. There's no objective. There's no point in doing it because you're protecting the water quality for people that can't use the water. The state board refuses to address this, I say, nonsensical position because they're trying to protect export stored water. When New Melones releases water for water quality, it passes through the San Joaquin River and into the Southern Delta and enters the Delta pool. It's for the purpose of protecting agricultural diverters. So you can't say, as they did in the presentation by Mr. Lagunare, well, that's stored water, so nobody can use that. You can't say that because that's what the purpose is. And in addition to that, as we said earlier in the presentation, the projects are obligated to meet Delta entitlements, water quality in the Delta, and an adequate supply for in-Delta users before they can export. So in our view, in my view, none of this presentation with regards to the residents' time and the available water in South Delta makes any sense. I believe it's contrary to all the facts and the law. And I would ask that Mr. Lagunare email me so we can set up a meeting, say early next week, so we can go over these things and find out what is behind this notion that in a situation where there's always water and someone else is supposed to protect the quality, the riparians can't use that water. So with that, I'll end my presentation. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Any quick responses from staff here before we move on?
This is Diane. We can certainly follow up with Mr. Herrick. I'm not going to attempt to, there is a lot there, and I'm not going to attempt to respond to all of those arguments, but we can certainly follow up and continue the dialogue on this topic. I guess just briefly, you know, I'm not sure it's an all or nothing situation in terms of the curtailment picture. So at any rate, we can have further discussions about those issues and follow up and clarify, provide additional clarification in the water unavailability methodology report as well.
I appreciate that, and I will make myself available to your schedules.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I've invited the next speakers to unmute themselves. We have Sarah Paulson, Greg Young, and Nick Bonsignor. And I believe they also have PowerPoint slides.
Hi, this is Susan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And just really quickly, this will be our last presentation before we break for lunch.
All right. Thank you. All right, I'll just launch in. My name is Susan Paulson. I'm here as part of a panel representing the Byron-Bethany Irrigation District, also known as BBID. And Nick Bonsignor and Greg Young are here as well, but I will use the slides and provide the bulk of the comments, I think. I'd like to first provide some context for my remarks. I have been formally studying the Delta for more than 25 years. I completed my PhD at Caltech in 1997, and my thesis research focused on using the natural geochemistry of the major inflows to the Delta to determine the source of water within the interior Delta. My field work involved the collection of daily composite samples at 5 locations in the Delta for more than a year and supplemental sampling over a period of several additional years. And that work has been used along with the work of others to validate models of the Delta, including DSM-2, for the full range of conditions, including both critically dry and wet conditions. And I've continued to work on the Delta since I completed grad school. I have designed and implemented several dozen studies using dyes, using elemental tracers, using numerical models of the Delta. And I've done work in all regions of the Delta. I've spent probably hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the Delta, and our work has been peer reviewed and published. So it's a place that I know really well and that I love. And I think it's really vitally important that it be characterized appropriately. Next slide, please. My comments today will focus on the issue of residence time of the water in the Delta and on Appendix D. Appendix D was issued on October 20th, 2021, after the comment period on the water unavailability methodology closed. So we haven't had the opportunity to provide written comments on it. There was a subsequent updated version that was released, but it didn't change the technical analysis in Appendix D. And staff summarized Appendix D this morning in their presentation as well. Appendix D made 2 primary conclusions. First, that residence time in the South Delta is about 10 days. It made a number of conclusions, but 2 that are important are that the residence time in the South Delta, according to Appendix D, is about 10 days in the months of June, July, and August. Staff derived this estimate using the day flow gross channel depletion, or GCD estimates, which are uniform over time. So they're the same in every year type. GCD can be compared to the Delta channel depletion, or DCD, estimates that have been made more recently by DWR. And we see that in general, GCD overestimates Delta diversions relative to the more refined estimates of DCD for critical and for dry years. And GCD doesn't consider return flows. So as a result, the GCD estimates overestimate South Delta demand and underestimate residence time. But most importantly, the state board's methodology assumes that the Southern Delta is isolated from the rest of the Delta, but it's not. Sacramento River water flows into the South Delta, and it always has. And so any estimate of residence time needs to consider the Delta as a whole. The second major point that I'd like to address is that Appendix D has concluded that the residence time in the Delta as a whole is less than 3 days. Apparently based on the assumption that the entire volume of the tidal prism, meaning the whole volume of water between the high tide line and the low tide line, is exchanged with new water from the bay twice daily, but that's not correct. Flow within the Delta is strongly tidal, but the water sloshes back and forth in the Delta with the tides. Only a fraction of the water that leaves the Delta at its western boundary is exchanged with new water. And the Delta models have long recognized this fact and are formulated accordingly. Next slide, please. We don't have time to go over all the points in Appendix D, but I do want to make a few additional key points. Appendix D states that the DSM-2 model does not accurately replicate observed conditions during critical year types, and that's not correct. The DSM-2 is well calibrated for both wet and dry conditions. So a slide presented earlier today and a figure in Appendix D present model results that we prepared a few years ago for water year 1931, and they present those as proof that the DSM-2 cannot simulate dry conditions accurately. But really, this is a misleading comparison. Obviously, the Delta and our water resources system didn't include the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project in 1931, and the DSM-2 model is not calibrated for that condition. This important context was provided in the report that we prepared to present our model results for pre-project conditions, but is missing from Appendix D. And importantly, we also included model results for the critically dry year 2015, and the modeled and the measured salinity matched much better. So I'd be happy to work with staff or address or answer additional questions on that topic. Appendix D also appears to assume that it's possible for water from Martinez to mix directly with San Joaquin River water, but it's not. Water from the bay has to flow through many channels to reach the South Delta, and along that path, it will mix with water from other sources, including both Sacramento River water and return flows within the Delta, and we'll discuss that in greater detail shortly. Next slide, please. The simplest way to estimate residence time is as a simple ratio of the volume of water in the system divided by inflows or outflows. State board staff said this morning that Delta residence time can't be estimated using this simple ratio approach, but it absolutely can, provided the quantities that you use to make this estimate are known and incorporate the major sources of inflows or outflows. So we updated our estimates of residence time to use the Delta volume and the flow data that have been presented by the state board. And we use the information in the state board's water balance spreadsheet. And we see that the residence time of water in the Delta is on the order of 79 days when we consider Delta inflows or Delta outflows over the period of time of May to June of this year. The next slide, please. The next slide shows that there are also more sophisticated ways to estimate residence time. We've presented the graph on the bottom of this slide here before, and it shows the results of source fingerprinting model runs that we conducted using DSM-2. State board staff also showed this figure earlier this morning. We consider these model runs to be preliminary because they do use the latest version of DSM-2, but the in-Delta consumptive use, the DCD, for the current water year is not yet available. So we use DCD estimates from a recent critically dry year, 2015. And we note that BBID's primary diversion location is in the channel behind Clifton Court Forebay. So we evaluated the source of water that's in the forebay. Now, I didn't catch the full comment this morning, but I believe that state board staff said this morning that water in Clifton Court Forebay couldn't or didn't represent water diverted by BBID. Maybe I didn't catch the comment, but I don't understand it, since the water that's diverted at BBID's primary intake flows through Clifton Court Forebay before entering the channel where BBID diverts. So we used the DSM-2 model to evaluate Sacramento River flows by month, tracking Sacramento River water that entered the Delta in each month of the water year. And these model runs show the source of water in Clifton Court Forebay. Again, were included in prior submittals. What we see from this modeling is that approximately a third of the water that was present in Clifton Court Forebay on August 15th, 2021, was Sacramento River water that had entered the Delta prior to June 2021. So at least a third of the water in the forebay flowed into the Delta in May 2021 and before. And again, that's illustrative of the long residence times of water in this system. I would further note that bay water is less than 1% of the water present in Clifton Court Forebay on that date. Again, because bay water mixes with the other sources of water in the Delta before it flows to the South Delta. The next slide, please. The next slide shows that DWR has also evaluated residence time. So this slide shows some screenshots from a DWR study of residence time where DWR used the DSM-2 particle tracking module, or PTM. They developed a detailed methodology, which is shown in the flowchart here, to evaluate residence time, and they evaluated residence time for a multi-year period that included both wet and dry conditions. What they concluded, consistent with what we conclude, is that residence times were longer in dry years than in wet years. The peak residence times in the time period modeled by DWR were found to occur in dry years like water year 1992, and they were on the order of 2 to 3 months. So the table on the right is a screenshot from this study, and it shows the residence time, that the residence time in critically dry years was between about 70 and 89 days, which is consistent with the estimates that we made using other methods, like the simple mass balance model that we used to estimate an average residence time of 79 days for the time period of May to July of this year. Next slide, and this is the last slide. I want to highlight why this is important. When you have a long residence time of water in the Delta, such as the residence time that occurs during critically dry years like the current year, it takes time for Delta inflows from the Sacramento River and other sources to flow through the Delta to diversion locations in the South Delta. State Board staff appear not to have used the modeling tools that are available to evaluate things like this. And although Appendix D includes estimates of the amount of stored water that has flowed into the Delta as a function of time, so figure 7 from Appendix D is shown in the little screenshot on the right side of this slide. The amount of stored water flowing into the Delta, the project Delta Inflow, is shown in orange for the time period of roughly May through end of July. Even though the State Board had estimates of the amount of stored water flowing in the Delta, it doesn't appear that they used this information to determine how much stored water is present within the Delta. So again, the State Board hasn't estimated the amount of stored water, either qualitatively or quantitatively, to figure out how much project water or previously stored water is present at key diversion locations within the Delta. I just want to highlight the point too, that it's worth noting that DWR has a pretty large team of people who work on the DSM-2 model. It has been extensively calibrated for wet and dry conditions. DWR has most recently developed and implemented a much more sophisticated methodology for evaluating Delta diversions and return flows. And the most recent model update is the one that we used, and it was released in July of this year. It was used, not that version, but DSM-2 was used to evaluate the proposed water fix project, and presumably it'll be used to evaluate the proposed Delta conveyance project, which will be before the State Water Board in due time. So if the State Water Board believes that the DSM-2 model is not suitable for simulating Delta hydrodynamics in dry conditions, it is unclear what analyses and evidence could be provided by DWR or the Bureau as the basis for the important decisions that are going to need to be made in the future by the State Board about management actions and options within the Delta. So I want to wrap this up just by saying that it's well established that residence time in the Delta during critically dry conditions is on the order of 2 to 3 months. That the DSM-2 model is suitable for modeling Delta hydrodynamics, including during critically dry conditions. and that curtailment decisions must consider both the residence time of the Delta and the distribution and presence of stored water within the Delta. And we would be happy to work with State Board staff to address these technical points. And at this point, I would invite Nick and Greg to add to these comments. And thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much, Susan. Just so you know, we have about 2 minutes left. So if Greg, you want to jump in, go ahead, or Nick.
Yeah, this is Greg Young. I'll jump in really quickly. I just wanted to note that we appreciate the staff is working to refine demands and continue to evaluate what are the appropriate demands to use in its methodology. The discussion earlier today has raised several additional questions, and we look forward to reviewing that new information about refining the demands. We would ask that staff put forth some analysis of what the recent reporting has shown as a comparison of January through September actual demands to the 2018, 19, and 20, similar to the projected demands representation that was provided earlier today. Also do have a question about how the weekly demands that Ms. Riddle had talked about at the beginning of this presentation, how those are being calculated and determined from any of the eRIMS data or other sources. And then finally, we do note that there is going to need to be a close evaluation if there is a discussion about return flows related to previously stored water being rediverted, how that demand is placed on the system in those months. So right now, according to the methodologies documentation, all demands in the middle of the summer months are representative of direct diversion demands. And if instead some of those demands are actually being met with rediverted water, then those demands would need to be taken out of the methodology for those months. We do look forward to working with the staff on the variety of demand questions that still are outstanding, and appreciate the staff's willingness to continue to work on those. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like Jesse and Scott want to respond. Whichever of you wants to go first.
If you don't mind, I'll go first really quick in response to two of Greg's questions. So the current weekly demand data being used is based on a daily average. So just averaging the monthly reported numbers for 2018. So that would be the weekly demand would be the same for any week in October, because it's just based on a daily average multiplied by 7. And as to Greg's other point about demands met by previously stored water during the drier months, our QA and QC of the 2018 demand data that's currently being used for curtailments did endeavor to remove, not take into account any demands that were met by previously stored water. The effort is in an attempt to account only for demands from natural flow in those demand numbers that we're using.
Can I chime in on that topic real quick too? And this is a complex component of the methodology and a complex issue associated with the enhanced demand reporting data. And the issue is that a demand may exist even if that demand cannot be met at that priority of right. So, and with the case with the settlement contractors, they may have a water right that cannot always be met with the natural and abandoned flows, but it doesn't diminish the fact that they have that demand. So it's not necessarily simply a matter of accounting for what demand is met with storage releases and what demand is met with natural flows. It's more, does the demand at a more senior priority of right exist? And if it does, then that's factored into the analysis. And we can follow up with more details on that, but it is a complex part of the analysis, and not all demands can be met. It doesn't diminish the fact that those demands exist. I'll let Scott go ahead and chime in now.
I just wanted to respond to Susan's comments and presentation. And first of all, I wanted to say I apologize if the validation taken from your report was taken out of context. And I'm happy to work with you to understand that and more clearly. And regarding the DSM-2, DSM-2 is a very sophisticated model, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't be used. And if it can be shown to replicate these conditions, I think it is a useful tool. And regarding the inflow assumptions in DSM-2, I think it would be a very informative DSM-2 simulation if it is found to be calibrated and validated for conditions such as we have observed, to do a run where the inflows include only those inflows that exclude the previously stored water. So the blue in the chart that's shown on the screen right now. And so I think that would be informative. If we could go back a few slides, you showed some results from, I think it was Mirzwa et al. And you highlighted the columns. It's that one, yep. Highlighted the columns for the max of the residence time, but if you look to the columns on the left on the min, you see that they're, in July, it shows, I think, it's trying to fall on my screen, but I think it's, let's say 16 days of residence time. And so, I don't know, I think that this
May I
is
respond
difficult.
to that?
Yeah.
If you look at the study, you find that the shorter residence times occur in wet years, and the longer residence times occur in the critically dry years. And the max column that is called out with the red highlighting corresponds to 1992, which was a critically dry year.
Okay. I think that as I mentioned in the presentation, that the residence time is a distribution, right? Some particles leave really quickly and some particles take a long time to leave. And I think that it's challenging to be able to understand how we would take this distribution of particles and the amount of time it takes in the delta to determine how much water is available for different users at different rates of priority, right? So back to my comment that just because, and maybe we're venturing into legal issues here that you and I as scientists should back out of the argument, but I want to make it clear that that it is a distribution, right? And how we determine where in the distribution maybe the line should be drawn, that we're saying, okay, well then this is the amount of time that we're going to assume that this water is available. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, but I do have ideas about that. And frankly, I think that it's a decision that is a policy decision and that's going to need to be made by the state board members. It's really clear to me as someone who's worked in this system for a long time that assuming a residence time of a few days or of less than a month during a critically dry condition is wholly inappropriate. And so I think we need to find a way, a methodology that meets in the middle, that considers when and where and how much stored water is present in the delta and, over what time frame. So I do think it's possible to do that. I have some ideas about how to do that, and I would, very much like to work with you to try to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was back to, our analysis looking at how much water is actually consumptively used in the delta within these channels is what, was our main driver for in the analysis that came up.
Well, but tidal exchange is not consumptive use.
Right. But there is, nearly 1 million acre feet of water that's consumptively used in the delta every year. And so that water has to come from somewhere. Right. And
right.
So,
but again, these estimates of residence time account for that water.
They do. And that's why I think that we look forward to working with you, and we can dig into many of these details, I think. offline. But I appreciate this presentation, and we can work together to come to an agreement or a shared understanding of this residence time.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Hello? Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Nick.
Thank you. Yeah, Nick Bonsignor with Wagner and Bonsignor Engineers. I'll keep my comments brief. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I'll just keep it very brief. And it just has to do with the nuts and bolts of the Excel spreadsheet being used. So comments are probably of interest to Jesse primarily. I do want to echo Greg's comments that we appreciate Jesse and Matt's comments that they are reevaluating the methodology and making tweaks to it as time goes on. We've done a kind of a deep dive on the spreadsheet. It's very complicated, but we've made a few observations that we're just curious about. I don't know if we're right or not, but in looking at the proration of legal delta demand discussed in the report section 2.2.3, it discusses that appropriative demands are prorated based on Sacramento San Joaquin supply ratio. And for the months of January and February, that ratio was 85% Sacramento, 15% San Joaquin. After February, those ratios are supposed to change according to the methodology. But our interpretation of the spreadsheet is that the 85-15 split is being used throughout all the other months in the analysis. The second thing related to that is the methodology says that that proration shall not be used for riparian demand, but it appears to us that the same split is being used to divide riparian demand between the Sacramento and San Joaquin. So I just have some questions about this proration factor that we'd like you to look at and maybe let us know if we missed something. The other comment I'll make has to do with the forecasted full natural flow to the delta versus computed actual full natural flow. It looks to us like the water board was using a 90% exceedance assumption, but when you go back and look at the post month, for the full month, full natural flow, it looks like the exceedance was something less than that from both watersheds in July, August, September. And if we're correct, if that's correct, then we're wondering what impact that has on the supply calculation, the full natural flow component of the supply calculation. My last comment has to do with the quality control that was limited to 5,000 acre feet, reported diversions and more. And I realize there's a lot of water rights in the state. We did kind of a quick look at some water rights reports that were, slightly less than 5,000, and we found some big discrepancies. Three water rights that we looked at reported 11,000 acre feet when they should have reported collectively probably 75 acre feet. And so I don't know if there's a way that the quality control for something less than 5,000 can be done in the future, or maybe it's sub-watershed specific. The 5,000 was selected because apparently 90% of all the diversions in the Delta watershed are for that amount and more, but the amount of reported diversions may be sub-watershed specific. So something somewhat less than 5,000, may be important to a sub-watershed, and maybe there's a way to do a deeper dive on that. That's all I have. Thanks for the extra time.
Looks like Jesse's got his hand up. you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I appreciate the comments, and I certainly appreciate you and your staff's close attention on these very complex spreadsheets that we've developed. I am aware of there was an error in one of the public releases of that Delta proration factor. I can confirm that has been resolved and did not affect any curtailment decisions at that time. I think it was kind of an intermediate error that occurred between, but I do know that's been resolved. And to my knowledge, the riparian demands are not prorated between watersheds. I'll make sure to verify that and follow up with you offline as needed. I appreciate your feedback very much.
Great. Seems like we've had some good discussion here, although my dog apparently doesn't agree. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch right now. We're going to have 30 minutes before we all come back. Let's go ahead and say 12:40. We'll be back and we'll resume our presentations and public comments. So you can go ahead and stay on the call, or you can rejoin later. It's up to you.
Okay, it's now 12:40, so we're going to go ahead and resume our meeting. Just going to give a second for everyone to kind of come back, and we're going to pick up where we left off in our presentation order. And our next presenter is going to be Hitchem Eltal, who I believe has slides.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. And we'll get your slides up in just a moment. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunities, and I'm excited that this happened to be on a happy day. So it's an uplifting, and I am quite excited about the staff's position on lifting the temporary lifting of the curtailment, looking at the storm. As you know, we were looking at the storm, and it looked like it's going to be mostly in the north, and with little traces coming down to the south. However, we know, you know how the atmospheric river, sometimes they are extremely unpredictable. And we were looking at that and thinking that forecast is one thing, and then what may happen could be something else. So we were extremely pleased to see that the staff was on top of it and provided this opportunity for storage. Especially we don't know if this is going to be one of the big storms of this year or not. Hopefully we'll see more of those. We're just looking at about 100,000 acre feet of precipitation just by this one storm in the watershed. So that's pretty exciting. We'll see how much of that actually materializes into as a runoff. So the picture in front of you is the Merced River watershed. And the blue widened area, that's the Lake McClure that is impounded by New Exchequer Reservoir. And the area upstream from it is an area that doesn't have any cascading reservoirs or any other facilities that store water. Everything that comes in goes out, even though there's a few smaller lakes or ponds like Lake Merced and so on. They're not designed to, they're not operated. That's what comes in. So water that makes it to McClure is considered unimpaired. So based on all these facts, we would like to propose and you could go to the second slide, propose a supplement to the water utility water unavailability tool that the board has provided, which helped us actually work through this proposal. So we are not saying that we would like to replace the tool. We would like to make this as a backstop, especially when you have these unpredicted forecasts where storm may not have been anticipated to provide moisture, and in a sudden move it does, and to make sure that we catch up with those. Especially if those storms happen to be like this one, which are not snow makers more than it's more of a rainmaker, and with water that once things get saturated in the watershed, hopefully you would have a good signal where the water makes it to the reservoir. So just to go through a short background, MID holds multiple water rights. So our seniority goes back to 1853. MID riparian 31914 claims. They are up to 2,000 CFS, and they are included in the WA. MID operates the only reservoir on the Merced system, which is New Exchequer Reservoir. Priority date is 1919, and with no reservoir upstream, all the water is unimpaired. You could go to the next one. Okay, we're not going to dwell on this. The reason I'm showing this is because all our calculations are based on the recent update of the Merced River curtailment, which is values posted on September 27, 2021. So we're using the same tool. Next slide. So MID proposal is that as you are looking at this, the existing utility tool and the method that has been established by the state board, which you did a lot of work on that, we're saying that we could also look at some of the specific situation for a river and determining how a river water rights are stacked up. So we're not reinventing the wheel here. MID is saying, MID proposes that the minimum in-stream flow requirements and senior demands be used as a metric for opportunities to collect water storage. So if downstream minimum flows requirements and senior demands are met, then inflow above those flows can be stored in Lake McClure. And we're being extremely conservative in this, on those examples. So the example that you see in front of you, it shows the months of October, November, and December demands as shown in the on the utility tool and the unavailable water tool. And then it shows the MID priorities for 1853 and 1919, prior to 1919. And then what we do is we subtract those demands. So what is available is what MID has to provide downstream from its points of diversion and to other users. So if we take those numbers, for example, in October, November, and December, be it 4,000, 2,700, or 1,782, they translate to 65 CFS, 46 CFS in November, and 29 in December. If you add that FERC flow just to be on the safe side, and those, so basically any flows above 125 CFS, any flows above 121 or 104 in those months respectively, should be water that we should be able to store. Now, this method is, like I said, is extremely conservative because in a storm, so the way we look and establish those numbers is based on what the Army Corps of Engineers posts as far as inflow to the reservoir. So why don't we go to the next slide? And maybe I could, so what we'll do is we will continue to provide the downstream releases all the time. And as we have suggested, those numbers, which are basically the senior demands and the FERC, which is we're only doing it for to be on the conservative side. So two things would be accomplished with what we are discussing here is that in case that the 90% exceedance from the CNRFC did not materialize or materialize differently, we, rather than, and in case we missed it, we're looking at what actually makes it to the reservoir. And the numbers that we're looking at are inflows in the river into the reservoir. So if there's a storm, we're only looking at the numbers in the river coming into the reservoir, which excludes all the water, all the local water that happens at the reservoir and all the water that happens downstream from the reservoir. And this particular storm, which happened to be an atmospheric river and a warm storm, which we don't expect the ratio to be like this in the future, almost 50% of the water is going to show up downstream. We expect that to show up downstream from the measuring point on the Merced River, which happened to be Bryceburg in Mariposa County. So, and I'm saying that percentage would probably start dropping quickly, especially once we start getting colder storms. So, And with that, MIT could start collecting storage in accordance with the terms of under its license, the 1919 license. Next slide. All right, I think that is it. And we do have a meeting set up with the state with the staff on Friday. Maybe we could go with some examples and make that clearer. Like I said, the intent here is not to replace the existing process where a temporary suspension of curtailment may happen. This is in case there was water that was not caught or there was a weird situation. And we're not saying, and the other thing that as far as this proposal go, we think it should work fine between now and January. And then after that, we have to kind of take a look again at how we could store water. But for the meantime, our proposal, as we see it, is quite conservative, and it's a good backstop just to make sure that all the senior water right holders are protected, and the reservoir could start backing up water. Well, we're only at 18%, and every drop counts for a long year. And that is basically my presentation. If you have any questions.
All right, we've got a couple minutes here. If anyone wants to respond or ask questions, you can raise your hand. Dante, I'll go ahead and ask you to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I saw the list of downstream riparians, but I think a lot of the downstream riparians are left off of your chart. Am I correct that it only goes down to the bottom of the Merced and does not include the riparians to Merced flow that exist in the San Joaquin all the way to the Delta?
We are just simply using the whatever the utility shows for this example. Of course, we will talk to the state, to the board, to the staff, and if there's any other demands, of course, we could look at them. This example is based on what is published, and we will continue to use what the state board provides. We're not trying to make assumptions here.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and move on. We have Jean Zalezi here, who doesn't have slides, but I will go ahead and ask you to unmute yourself.
Yes, I don't have anything to add this time.
Okay, thank you. So we also have in the lineup Tom Berliner. Tom, you should be getting a notification asking you to unmute yourself.
Got it. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
Okay. So we will go ahead and continue moving down the list. That concludes our list of presenters today, and we'll now move into public comment. And these comments will be limited to 5 minutes. Just a reminder, if you have any clarifying questions, please include those during your speaking time, and we'll do our best to respond right away before we move on to the next speaker. All right, so our first speaker on the list is Justin Fredrickson from the California Farm Bureau.
Yes, good afternoon. I don't have much to say either, other than just generally, I think it's good to see that everyone is working towards getting better methodology over time, but at this end that constant refinements are being made, and that there's at least a level of transparency through these kinds of forums, and at least some ability to ask questions and look at technical specifics of everything. At the same time, though, that creates a bit of a moving target problem, and and a need for greater transparency and greater collaboration, dialogue, and opportunities for stakeholders to weigh in and offer ideas and bring their local knowledge to the board in trying to tackle this wicked problem that we're dealing with in the state of California with this drought. And other than that, I don't have much more to add, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Will Anderson from CCWD.
Yes, hello. Staff colleagues, and if there are any board members in the audience, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Will Anderson, speaking on behalf of Contra Costa Water District. My comments today pertain to the science of tidal flows in the Delta and how hydrodynamics and salinity are portrayed in Technical Appendix D. These comments echo some of the points made in prior presentations, although we have arrived at them independently. CCWD recognizes the need for and importance of technical analysis of delta flows and water quality in general, and particularly to address the question of water availability. The analysis presented in Technical Appendix D is oversimplified and does not properly represent how water moves in the delta. Tidal flux and exchange rate are incorrectly used to evaluate and to make inferences regarding residence time and other characterizations of water in the delta. These estimates of daily tidal exchange appear superficially plausible, but actually are not relevant to the issue of residence time and water availability. The illustrations provided that show channel volume, daily tidal flux, and monthly net outflow are not helpful because these quantities are compared inappropriately in an apples to oranges manner. In reality, water in the delta sloshes back and forth on tidal cycles between the North, Central, and South Delta and Sassoon Bay. I'm glad to see that the term sloshing is being adapted as the best technical description of what's occurring. The analysis in Appendix D implies that once the water moves from one region of the delta to another, that it is somehow completely replaced or reset, which would give these areas of the delta a low residence time cited as the order of 2 or 3 days. And this is simply not the case. Furthermore, exchanges with salty water in western Sassoon Bay near Martinez occur much more slowly than is suggested in the analysis. If residence time were as low as is claimed, then internal delta water quality from other sources, harmful algal growth, and aquatic weeds would be much less of a problem. Residence time is best evaluated with a calibrated hydrodynamic model, looking at the age of water from various sources since it has entered the delta, the technique known as fingerprinting, discussed earlier. Such models are the best available science and should be used by staff in this water unavailability methodology. We recognize that the crux of the issue at hand is the characterization of project water versus natural and abandoned flows, which is oversimplified and therefore not adequate for such an important purpose. We would recommend that staff utilize the Delta hydrodynamic fingerprinting models to develop more precise estimates for project water and natural and abandoned flows in the Delta, and to develop more adequate characterizations of depletions in the valley and depletions from Delta flows. And finally, net outflow and or hypothetical negative net outflow calculations cannot be used to make inferences about the potential extent of salinity intrusion or the adequacy of water quality. There would not be an advective river of ocean water in a negative net outflow situation. Also, water does not instantaneously mix across the entire delta. Again, a hydrodynamic analysis that takes into account tidal mixing in complex channels is needed. As you may be aware, Contra Costa Water District is entirely reliant on the delta to supply water to 500,000 people in industry in central and eastern Contra Costa County. We've invested over $1 billion in the recent decades to protect our drinking water quality and better manage the water supplies available to us, including to help us get through extended droughts. Water quality, That is, access to water of suitable quality is critical to CCWD. So we urge board staff to strike these mischaracterizations of Delta tidal hydrodynamics and to investigate a more accurate scientific representation of the system to inform policy decisions. We'd be happy to discuss with staff alternative approaches to better calculate residence time and tidal mixing. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was right on time. We have 10 seconds left. Okay, we will go to Kira Johnson next.
Hi, my name is Kira Johnson, and I'm here on behalf of the state water contractors. First, the state water contractors would like to thank the board for the opportunity to comment today and for its continued diligence in improving the curtailment methodology. While we understand that board staff are working through these updates in real time, we believe that these workshops would be more productive if the information to be covered is shared ahead of time. We further recommend that the board use today's workshop as the beginning of the conversation and set up more single issue focused workshops with longer lead times of a month or so as compared to a week or so. This is especially critical for workshops where board staff are seeking technical feedback. In light of this, we're not offering any detailed technical or legal feedback on the topics covered today, and we reserve our right to provide feedback in the future. As this water year progresses, we encourage the water board to continue to be nimble when making its curtailment decisions, executing decisions to off-ramp curtailments quickly as soon as favorable conditions develop. This will be particularly important this wet season. We further recommend that board staff continue to use the actual flow conditions from previous months and rely on the most up-to-date hydrological forecasts and reporting of demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. Next up, we have Dan Nomalini Jr.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with the Central Delta Water Agency. You give my father 15 minutes, he'll use every second of it. And he and John Herrick covered almost everything. So I just wanted to chime in. When you talked about the return flows, about the Bureau wanting to reclaim those, I mean, that raised a red flag with me. And it was brought up by some other commenters. The methodology as it currently stands, it assumes many, if not most, of the project's contractors, it assumes that they're drawing or getting their water from natural flow or abandoned flows. That's how the methodology is currently set up. That's particularly true with the Sacramento and Feather River settlement contractors. So if the Bureau or DWR is going to want to reclaim return flows from their use of natural flow, then you have to make major changes to this methodology. You have to take out their demand on natural flow and now assume they're getting it from storage water. Sounds like staff, you're probably well aware of this, but it did raise a red flag to less technical people like myself. The second thing is just a request that going forward, if you could provide red line versions of the changes you make, like right now, we're on our 5th version of the summary report. We're on the 5th version of some of the technical appendices, and it's almost impossible to tell what's changed from the prior versions. So that's just a request to make it easier for us to follow the changes. And we appreciate the changes. It's good to see you're open to changes. And I hope all this discussion of tidal flows helps you folks get that right, because it's not even close right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next, we'll have Tim Waziewski.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along here. All right, we've got Arthur Godwin up next.
Yeah, hi, this is Arthur Godwin. I have no comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate you being here. We've got Michael Cook next on the list.
Yeah, hi, this is Michael Cook. No comments at this time.
Okay, how about Matt Moses?
Hi, thanks. Matt Moses with San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. One general request, I think that the staff are working with the analysis tool that's been shared when changes in curtailments have been made recently. I'd like to request that the updated version of that analysis tool be shared when a change is made in any future curtailments.
Okay, thank you for that input. It looks like Art has his hand up again.
Yeah, sorry, I did have a few questions, and I was wondering if this would be a good time to ask those right now.
I think now is a good time. We're at the end of our speakers list, at least for the people who intended to speak who are here on the Zoom call. So we can go ahead and have an open discussion here for a short time.
Yeah, well, one question I had was the letter from Bureau of Reclamation and from Westlands. Could you provide copies of those letters, or at least provide a link on the drought website so that we could look at those letters?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. It may already be posted, but if not, we will make sure it is.
Yeah, I checked before the meeting or during the meeting, and I couldn't access that. So that's why I'm asking now. And then
we'll let you know where it's at.
The second question I have is, you're using the forecast from CNFRC. Are you using any other forecast, or are you just relying on that one forecast?
I can answer that. At this time in the year, we are relying exclusively on CNRFC water supply forecasts. If you have other ideas or know of other data sources, we would love to hear them.
Yeah.
I did want to also clarify, I'm sorry, real quick, just to your second question. If you go to the Delta Drought, or sorry, to your first question, Art, if you go to the Delta Drought website, there's a green button that says Curtailment, Compliance, and Responses. There, at the very bottom of that page, there is, well, there's information listed on the Bureau of Reclamation and Westlands comment letters. You can contact us for information on the login to our FTP site to download those.
All right, thank you. And then the third question I had is, what's your process for reinitiating the curtailments?
As we've done previously in the month of October, we plan to look at those forecasts for the next week. So based on what I'm seeing currently, I think it's gonna maybe slow down a bit, but then continue raining for the next week. We're gonna continue evaluating basically on a daily basis what the water supply and demands look like for the next 7 days. So we will at least be updating, and you know, we have to issue updates weekly. So at the latest, we'll be issuing one next Tuesday, the 26th.
Okay, but specifically, what criteria do you look at?
As before, it would be if there is water unavailable at certain priorities of right. Whereas
And
those forecasts
can you
show
identify what those priorities of right are?
this is the whole water unavailability methodology. So the methodology has currently shown that water is available to meet all rights and claims for the next 7 days based on current forecasts. When that is no longer the case, we may reimpose curtailments.
And maybe I can clarify a little bit. Other factors that went into this determination were the those that were listed in the update, including, the fact that, the precipitation event may occur in other areas. And so we lifted a little more liberally than the precise implementation of the methodology would show. So in this instance, that was the case. Again, because we're not sure exactly how things are going to play out over the next series of days and weeks in terms of runoff. Given the dry soil conditions, we're going to continue to monitor those conditions and provide updates to the curtailments. But just to be clear, there was a little bit more liberal lifting than the precise implementation of the methodology. Given,
okay, but if you're looking at the Tuolumne, for instance, what priority of right is being protected by a curtailment on the Tuolumne?
Since there are no curtailments in place right now,
I'm talking about when the curtailment goes back into effect.
Then I think we have to look at the specific circumstance of when that curtailment is in place and what those circumstances are. So, at this point, there aren't any in place. That has gone into our consideration of, whether curtailment should be lifted more liberally. And looking at, are we curtailing so that another right by a water right holder could be met? And those considerations went into the more liberal lifting. We will continue to evaluate those circumstances as we determine whether reimposition of curtailments is appropriate or not. And I think, it's probably more appropriate to discuss that when we have specific scenarios to evaluate, which we're happy to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I guess one final question is, can you explain why post 14 diversions in the Delta were not curtailed?
So as the methodology has done since we've kind of contemplated this, diversions in the legal delta are prorated, meaning they are assumed to be met by a mix of water supplies from both the Sacramento and the San Joaquin watersheds. These rights and claims in the legal delta are only curtailed if water is unavailable from both sources. So I believe in the past, where there was forecasted to be more water supply available from the Sacramento River watershed to meet those demands, they were not curtailed because at least a portion of their demand could be met from the Sacramento River.
You're curtailing people in the watershed down to 1850, but you've got 1990 diversions in the Delta still occurring. So I don't understand on a water right priority basis how that's even possible.
Well, if there's a demand in the legal delta with a later priority, they have access to water from the Sacramento River. Demands on the San Joaquin River that are not in the delta do not have access to that supply. And Mr. Godwin, I know I believe we have a meeting scheduled with your folks to discuss some of this in more detail.
And I've got some more specific questions that I'll take care of at that time.
Yeah, I'll also point out that determination related to curtailments in the legal delta, the methodology that's used, and the distinction between riparian demands and appropriative demands is described in the water unavailability report as well.
Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's see, Dante, was that a former hand that was up, or did you want to speak?
Yeah, on the subject that Mr. Godwin brought up, our view of the Delta post-1914 water right holders is that they're entitled to all the water that is in the Delta, if there's no water from the Tuolumne, there's water from all the other sources that is commingled, as well as water from the west, which we think contributes to the quantity. So that is an additional explanation, I think, that should be recognized. And if I may, for Diane, on the issue of curtailment, shouldn't the curtailments for storage of water be treated in one way, and curtailment of exports that might be of water that's needed to meet future requirements of meeting Delta water quality standards, if the year turns out to be dry, shouldn't they be distinguished rather than lifting all curtailments?
I guess your question is, should exports be further limited such that storage is maintained at project facilities so that that can be provided to meet standards at a future date? I mean, if that's the question, the water unavailability methodology doesn't actually address rediversion of previously stored water. It addresses natural and abandoned flows. So those diversions are not subject by the projects, or other diverters are not subject to the curtailment methodology, though they may be subject to other regulatory requirements.
Okay, I would ask why would they not be taken into consideration on water availability, since the availability of the projects to go ahead and meet water quality standards in the future are truly a critical issue as we deal with drought.
Yeah, I mean, I think that can be a consideration in terms of other regulatory processes. This process is a broad evaluation to determine water unavailability based on natural and abandoned flows and demands. It's not the more nuanced regulatory requirements of implementing Decision 1641 or other regulatory requirements. There are forums, I think, for addressing those implementation issues, and that's not the purpose of this process or the emergency regulation, and provisions for curtailments to address those issues are not part of the emergency regulation at this time. Though, of course, I mean, you could suggest that in the future, but based on the existing regulation, that wouldn't be something that we could do under the existing emergency regulation. The other thing that I wanted to just mention relative to an appropriative right in the Delta with a 1990s priority date, that would still likely be subject to Term 91. I don't know exactly which water right is being referred to, but most water rights in the watershed with a priority date of 1965 or later have standard water right Term 91, which is a separate curtailment requirement. Those curtailments are currently in place based on the criteria for determining curtailment under those requirements. There may be changes as a result of this precipitation event, but I did want to raise the distinction that a 1990s priority date in the watershed is not necessarily authorized to divert water at this time, given other constraints on those diversions, including standard permitting terms.
If you're waiting for my comment, thank you, Diane.
Thanks. Molly, do we have any other public comments?
No, we have covered everyone who was on our original speakers list that was present in the meeting. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none, so that will conclude the public comment portion of this workshop. And thank you to everyone who presented or added public comment to this dialogue today. We really appreciate your time. We can go ahead and go to the final slide here and just go over a couple resources. Okay, so again, if you have any questions or if you would like to add more specific technical comments, please email the baydelta@waterboards.ca.gov email address. You can also call the Delta Drought phone line. This one is specific to Delta drought issues, and you can leave a message and staff will get back to you as soon as they can. We also strongly encourage you to subscribe to the Delta Drought email list if you haven't already. This is at waterboards.ca.gov/resources/email subscriptions, or you can just go to the Delta Drought page to find the sign up information. And staff will continuously be updating the Delta Drought webpage as we have been, as well as the water unavailability webpage with current and updated information. So we encourage you to check that often. And with that, if there aren't any questions, we will go ahead and conclude our workshop today. And as I previously mentioned, we'll have a recording of this workshop available on the Delta Drought webpage as soon as we can. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Molly.